and is planning to join us for the regular session, but not the budget study session. Mayor Davis called just a few minutes ago and has a patient medical issue that he needs to address, and so he said he'll be running behind, but to go ahead and start without him. And then Commissioner Longbine is on the road. His intention was to call in, and he texted me just a little bit ago saying that that's what he would be doing, but it doesn't look like he's called in just yet. So if you're willing to wait a little bit, Commissioner Longbine will make the third commissioner.
And he's Zooming, like on his phone, on the road? I think that
yes.
sets a new standard.
Apparently, he had a funeral that he had to attend and is trying to
I'm sorry
balance.
to hear that. I think I still have the record for longest call-in from the Maldives.
I think you're right. Yes, he said he'll be dialing in shortly and be here at approximately 3.
Well, if staff's comfortable to wait a couple minutes, is that?
Yeah, I think that'd be my suggestion.
Are we expected to be online at 2 o'clock?
Well, I think we are. We've given this update, so if we can just stand by a little bit, we'll wait for Commissioner Longbine.
Okay.
Commissioner Hoppick is on vacation. We'll be Zooming in for the regular meeting, and Mayor Davis had a medical issue with a patient he needed to deal with, so he's running a little bit behind, but we'll go ahead and get started.
Okay. Well, we'll consider the.
Okay, I will mute myself and cut the road noise.
Okay?
Okay. And I don't know if you have any introductory remarks. I guess this is Debbie Pack's.
Yep, we've been coordinating quite a bit, but I don't know that I have anything to add. I'll turn it over to Debbie Pack, Finance Director.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you. First of all, this afternoon, we invited OCCK to come and do their outside presentation. They weren't able to come last week when 2 weeks ago when we were here, so we'll let them go ahead and do their part, and then we'll get into the study session information that I provided you in the packet this weekend. So I'll let them come up and introduce themselves.
Awesome. Thank you for having the presentation. My name is Trell Grinter. I'm the Director of Transportation, and I'm joined by Pat Wallerius, so we'll be kind of tag teaming this. First of all, thank you to Salina for always having City Go's back, our paratransit, the complimentary ADA piece of City Go. Thank you for always being here for us. We truly appreciate that sustainable support from you guys. This is our annual report. I've got us through 2021 and then a little taste of what the beginning of 2022 has looked like for us. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Our regional paratransit. Now this one, it gets a little wonky because our regional paratransit, we can go all over north central Kansas, and in some cases, we even hit Wichita or Kansas City. But what I really wanted to bring to you guys today was how we affect the people of Salina. We have given, in 2022, 18,000 rides to Saline County and Salinans. So that's a huge number of impact. So even though it says regional, I wanted to make sure that I brought you Salina numbers for that. Okay, next slide. City Go, big green buses we see, they're hard to miss, especially once you start looking for them. In 2021, we're looking at 14,500 rides per month. So in 2021, that was 174,000 rides total, so that's pretty awesome. Post-COVID, or still kind of in COVID, we started charging fares again in 2021. So we saw a slight decrease in ridership because people were really enjoying that little extra help as we got through COVID. Masks also were a hard part. People did not want to wear those masks, but we had to for public transportation. So we're seeing an increase here in 2022 of that ridership because we no longer mandate masks. We highly recommend them, but we no longer mandate them. And then we also have that consistent fare price. Continuing with the fixed route, we launched Can Connect. I don't actually have a slide for this one because it's so new. We began May 31st providing some rides to Solomon, Kansas for a few people here in Salina. So I've had about 106 passengers heading to Solomon for employment and then back. One person mentioned because of this transportation and the cost of gas, they're getting $1 an hour raise. Well, the math would go along with that. So that's a huge opportunity for people to live in Salina, work somewhere, and then be able to spend their money back here in Salina and have an extra $1 an hour to play with. That's pretty cool. So average between 6 and 10 riders every day, Monday through Friday on that one. So that's pretty cool. Brush a little bit on 81 Connection for you, about an average of 163 riders per month, and we're looking at 966 rides so far in 2022. So we are truly connecting people here, and almost all of those rides are impacting people from Salina. Either it's people who are living in Salina that are taking that ride or coming to Salina for work or shopping, entertainment experiences. Okay, next slide. Can Cycle, our bikes that we can rent throughout town, we had 1,461 rides in Salina over the course of 2021. So we are helping people get moving, get active. I live near Bill Burke, and I see people riding on those trails. One person said, well, I never see the bikes move. They're always in the racks. We have somebody go almost every single night and reallocate those bikes. So if they get dropped off somewhere else, people the next day can have the opportunity to ride from the same station, even if the night before there weren't enough bikes at that station. And we just closed out Bike Month. We had 149 rides during May 2022 here in Salina for Bike Month, so that's pretty cool. I know we partnered with some people from the city to make that even better. I biked myself to work. It was thankfully a very nice day. All right, next slide. All right, and just to remind you guys of what our vision is, we are driven by commitment and respect. We venture out to ensure the independence of our passengers for all communities we serve. And our professional drivers complete our training curriculum, and we used to require a CDL Class C. We are now certifying people with a CDL Class B with a passenger endorsement. There were some extra training pieces that we needed to go through to certify with DMV and in the state. So we made those accomplishments, and we get everybody rocking and rolling there. All right. What transportation does. The job impact is huge. I know I sprinkled in a little bit about Can Connect and how we have that regular employment support. But people feel comfortable because they can know that they get to work. They know that they're going to have a safe ride home. They don't have to worry about, is it going to be on time? Is it even going to show up? Is it going to be dirty? We offer that really professional service to make people feel comfortable for what they're getting into so they can live their best life and be successful at work. Local spending and short-term, long-term, I'm going to kind of combine those two because there was just an increase on the return on investment. For every $1 spent on public transportation, it is now a $5 return on investment. So it used to be $4, and they've just increased that. That's a huge impact for communities, for sure. Now our Safe Driver Award in the next slide. Last year, we had 37 drivers awarded with the Safe Driver Award. They had no at-fault accidents, and every one of those drivers added up was 166 total years of safe driving. That's really stinking impressive. We would have had more, but I have quite a few brand-new drivers completing their first year. But we still had an increase of 59 years. That's pretty awesome. So we're keeping the roads safe, we're looking out for people, and we're making sure we don't add to the congestion in that case. All right, our projects in 2022. The building expansion, that was probably the most famous I will ever be in my entire life. We completed that project in late 2021, and we had a huge celebration in 2022 with the Kansas governor, the Kansas Secretary of Transportation, and regional and national FTA administrators. So one of the really huge takeaways, the FTA out of Washington, D.C. was so impressed by what Salina has going on that they are using us as a model of rural transportation across the nation. So that is a really, really awesome opportunity for Salina to be leading transportation on a rural level and be a model for that. The other thing, our governor couldn't believe the opportunity that we have for employment, the opportunity that we help support people to medical appointments, to their own employment, not just with OCCK, and she is talking about it a lot. KDOT also had several meetings across the state. They brought and name-dropped OCCK quite a few times, so Salina's getting a lot of really amazing recognition for how we're connecting people. Also in our conversations with KDOT, there's really no other system like us in the rural transit world. We are moving a lot of people, and we don't have a lot of excess or anything like that, so it's really, really impressive that we're able to do it productively and efficiently. All right, Can Connect, I mentioned that a little bit. Right now, we're just connected Salina to Solomon, getting that employment established there, and then we hope to link all the way up to Junction City, creating employment opportunities for everyone across the state. Now, our feasibility study is about to come to a close. KU Transportation has taken a deep dive into our current data and operations to provide feedback, and that should be coming in a little bit later this year. What I've heard so far, we are right on track. We're meeting their expectations. They're going to be able to provide a couple of recommendations just from that outside point of view to make sure that we are truly hitting the goals that we have set for ourselves. And then our training program, I kind of mentioned that a little bit before. The ELDT training portal, all trainees have their scores based on theory, on range, and road, so practicing all that backing, all the parallel parking in a larger vehicle than they've ever driven in their life. We get to report those scores, and when they go to the DMV to take their test, they have to meet the standard of performance, and then they're able to take that test. All right, next slide. And one of the biggest reasons why the governor was here to announce all of these fun things was the Access, Innovation, and Collaboration grants. None of these are in our funding request today. One that we're really, really excited for is CityGo Plus. That's our microtransit pilot program. It's a one-year pilot program that will potentially be funded 90-10% instead of the typical 70-30% by KDOT. We are looking forward to this because it's even more on demand. It's app-based. It will take pressure off of our in-town paratransit, but it'll also expand the hours covered. We'll have more weekend coverage, Sunday coverage, and get potentially even overnights. So anybody who's working that 3 a.m. shift or needs to get off work at 10 p.m., they will have more access to getting home safely or getting to work safely in the middle of the night when CityGo and paratransit just are not running. The other one that I'm really excited about is software. I love bringing you guys data. I love bringing you guys accurate data. The software is going to allow for our vehicles to have automated ride counters. As people walk on, as people walk off, they will be automatically counted, taking out the human error piece. The other really cool part of that, it will be in real time. So I won't have to wait until the end of the week after we've gotten it all typed into an Excel spreadsheet. I can pull that data immediately for us. A couple other perks, we could potentially see better video cameras. We could also see Wi-Fi for passengers on board, creating a better passenger experience. The other piece that I'm really excited about with that one is ADA verbal announcements and signs posting where we are in the town. So they can talk through crossing Crawford, crossing Ohio. It will help people feel like they know where they are. And if you're somebody that listens to headphones, you can visually see where you're at so then you don't miss your stop. All right, 2022 and beyond, we've just announced our partnership with Salina Family Healthcare, increasing the opportunity for people to get to their health appointments and maintain those health appointments. Work and Go, that's really going to partner well with that microtransit once we're able to get that up and going. How do we get people connected to employment? How do we get employers connected with people? Number 3, increased availability. I'm always looking for opportunities to get more people, more places at a better price. And then 4, how do we continue this momentum? We are having a lot of great passenger experiences. We've had amazing feedback. Man, the governor came to visit. How do we keep that momentum going for OCCK and the city of Salina? So I will introduce Pat Walerius, and he'll keep us going. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you. Thank you also for allowing us to come a couple weeks late. You think that after 2.5 years and fully boosted and shot that you got complacent, you were immune from COVID, but it doesn't work that way, does it? So as Trell pointed out, first of all, emphasizing what she was saying, thank you. It's been extremely important. I've been coming before this commission since 2008 when the commission voted to fund the fixed route service from Salina. So obviously the city of Salina and all of you are very, deserve a lot of credit for our success, because without your involvement, we wouldn't be here today doing the things we do. The 2023 budget, I've been working with Debbie. We kind of took a little bit different approach this year. I know as Trell pointed out, our footprint of public transportation continues to expand. We go well beyond Salina. We go well beyond north central Kansas. So I wanted to make sure that our funding request only included areas that covered Salina. Maybe there's some Saline County involved. So I came up with a formula, and I ran it past Debbie, and she thought it was acceptable. Well, I can carve out all of our services. Trell talked about 81 connection. I can carve out that income. Anything that we're doing as far as our regional transportation, our statewide transportation is carved out of this budget, and I can submit financial information to Debbie showing the income expenses associated with just providing Salina transportation. We're a little bit different format this year, and how we're going to do it. It's going to be more on a quarterly basis, where I will submit an application to the city based upon income, based upon expense. I'm looking at a projected 2023 budget of $852,000, rounded up a little bit. That's a 4% increase from 2022, which is $818,000. Now, what will happen here is by quarterly billings, that could come in less. We're going to hold the price. It would not exceed the 851, but it could come in less, depends upon the income expenses associated with the year. And again, that's something that would be a quarterly billing. The first quarter payment this year was very light because KDOT paid for the first 2 months of 2022. I think this year's budget, doing it this way, the expenses are going to be less than what the commission's authorized. It's going to be less than the $818,000. So this way we can, when we were just doing almost 100% Salina, Schilling County, there wasn't any reason to break it out. But as large as we're getting and as diversified we're getting in the geographical area we cover, now I made it separate cost centers for separate services, so I can divide those out. It does increase. I looked at 2022 expenses. We're not basing it on anymore upon what we think KDOT is going to be, and 30% of KDOT. Now we're just looking at actual income and in actual expense. And from that expense, we would deduct the para fees, the city-go fees. Salina Regional Health Foundation gives us money every year, and we do some continent in the two KDOT grants. Would be part of the income that we would use, and then we would deduct the expenses from that. I am looking at 2023 a 4% COLA increase. This year that wouldn't even touched it. Obviously, when we put the thing with KDOT, which is kind of works but it doesn't work. We put our 2000 fiscal year 23 budget to KDOT, which starts July, goes through July through June, in November of 2021. So 8 months later, we're living with a budget that we created 8 months before. So back in November 21, obviously gas was not $5 a gallon. The other cost of livings associated with that. But that's just something we give them a quote. Basically, it's a bid, and we have to live under that. We are including in the fiscal year 23 budget is a base wage increase from drivers from $15 to $16. We find that's almost imperative to get qualified drivers nowadays. To get, as Trell pointed out, they have to go through the CDL process. There's a lot of training, there's a lot of education associated with our driving, and of course all the safety programs. So there's not a lot of difference. Said it's basically a 4% increase from 2022, but that is a cap. I'm not going to predict that we're going to be under that, but if I look at the first and almost the first and second quarter of 2022, we're probably going to be under that. Now, if everything continues to increase, that's the unknown at this point. So. Fuel doesn't look like it's going to come down anytime soon. To be competitive, we certainly have to keep wages the way they are. Our long-term plan is 18, which is more. 18 nowadays is 2 years ago the 15. So that's just things we just have to deal with. We still have, as part of the budget, capital matches for 2 city-go buses that we've been asking for every year for the past almost 15 years. So that's kind of, in a nutshell, summarizing where we are as far as the budget. Again, a 4% increase versus 2022, but with a good possibility of us coming in less than that. So, questions?
When you say there's a 5-to-1 return, tell me what that $5 of return is. I mean, I get it that there's more people riding the bus than people are burning less gas. I got more places I can park downtown. But how do you compute that?
Well, I think it's just national studies and national standards that if you spend X amount of dollars, you're going to get that much back. It doesn't necessarily totally apply to our operation, but it's kind of national. The National Transportation Center services in Washington put out feasibility studies, and they put out studies that rural or public transportation returns that much upon the investment. I can't tell you, Commissioner Ryan, if that's Salina is doing exactly the same thing, but that's pretty much the national average.
I'm curious to see how that little matrix gets made, what factors are in there that say, where's the offset?
Well, if you look at our projected expenses for the Salina transportations, $3.3 million. So by wages and goods and services purchases, those wages are spent within Salina. So the fuel and our goods and services, that money is spent in Salina. So that turns around, and then that turns around again. So it's basically the economic impact we're putting back into Salina by having by having these expenses, which almost totally relate back to expenses within Salina. The drivers we look at are, we have 70-some drivers. Obviously, not all of those are part of the Salina operation, but it's just how the income and the expenses we pay, how that trickles back into the economy.
Do we ask any of the other satellite communities to pitch in on these transportation efforts?
We asked the city of Abilene to come up with a match. We're in the process of negotiating with the city of Concordia. We do on 81 Connection. We do get some funding from Cloud County Community College. But it's kind of, we don't ask them to subsidize Salina, and we don't ask you to subsidize them. But we do get certainly financial support. We don't go into areas and we don't do expansion until we have a commitment from KDOT. At least we have the 70% funding, and if we have a sustainable 30% match. So yes, they help out, but they help out like you do within Salina. They help out in their area. We mentioned 81 Connection solely for the fact, as Trell pointed out, 90-some% of that ridership is coming to Salina for goods and services. And so, yeah, they do. They do. And that's why we separated it this year. We want to make sure that we were very transparent, that we're not using city dollars that offset or subsidize some of our other services.
I appreciate you looking into that. I think that question's kind of been ongoing. Is it $1 a ride?
$2.
$2 a ride?
You can, since we have CityGo, ADA requires us to have the pair fee and the CityGo fee the same. Now, on CityGo, you can buy monthly passes. What are they, $35? $35 for a monthly pass.
And $2 on CityGo gets you an all-day
Right.
ride.
Right,
And so if you're buying the $35 pass, you can ride as much as you want to ride?
much as you want, yeah.
Do you ever think we'll get to a free bus system? Is there ever done an assessment of what it actually costs to operate, taking the money in and paying the money back? And
That's really, Commissioner Ryan, that's really a good question. I would like, and I think the service would like to have free ridership. I know a lot of the metropolitan area, Kansas City, I know for sure in Kansas, does not charge a fee. I think that's really successful. There was a period of time that we did not charge a fee, and our ridership increased. $2 doesn't sound like a lot, but it is to a lot of the demographics and the population we serve. KDOT doesn't really insist that we charge a fee. Actually, it almost, the money we charge gets deducted from the KDOT grant. So if it was a
maybe a little cost analysis
Yeah,
of what
yeah.
it costs to track the money.
Yeah. So it
might be worthwhile. I'm thinking if I
yeah.
pay $35 for a monthly pass, I'm probably riding it way more than $35. Where,
Probably, yeah.
Just the occasional.
Yeah, it's usually subscription rides. We get, I think, the demand for monthly passes are certainly increased. Obviously, we got people using it over and over and over, so it's more cost efficient for them. I would love not to have a fee. I think it'd be great for Salina. I think it'd be great for the people we serve. But right now, it's just we factor that income into our budget. So.
And that is one question that we posed for the feasibility study is what would it take for us to have free rides here in Salina? So when KU gets their data back to us, they'd be able to provide us with some guidance to then come back and talk about that if that's a direction that Salina wants to go in.
Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. That's all I got.
Commissioner?
No questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. And again, as Charles, and I keep saying over and over again, thank you for support. We look at it as public transportation, what it is, but also with OCCK's mission, we give people choice. We give people choice where they want to shop. We give people choice where they want to go to medical appointments or wherever they want to go. So it's more than just public transportation. But again, thank you for your support for all these years. It's really appreciated, and thank you for taking this under advisement. So, okay, thank you.
So if I may, I'm going to put Debbie on the spot a little bit. We had some information in the prior packet 2 weeks ago, I guess. I don't know if you can access it quickly, but it might be helpful to go through that one table that has the different service providers that we're contributing to and the history of the contributions. I can see it in my mind's eye. We had it up this morning, but I don't know if it's easily
It
accessible.
is- No, no.
Oh, that's your table. Sorry.
Yeah, it is, Jacob, in the PowerPoint presentation from 2 weeks ago.
There you go.
There you go. Is that the one you were thinking?
It is,
Okay.
yeah. If you could walk us through that a bit, please.
So that what this is showing is the historical approved budgets that we have gotten for OCCK, so going back to 2015. So you can see in the very bottom line, the increases that we've had over these years. And as Pat mentioned, they are requesting a 4% increase. I will mention that in 2020, we budgeted 811. We only ended up paying 315 because of KDOT's increased support. In 2021, we approved 475, and we only ended up having to put in 150,500, again, due to KDOT's support. And I think we'll see that this year as well. As Pat mentioned, KDOT had some increased support early on in the year, so that number will come in a little bit less as well. But you can see over the period of even these 8 or 10 years, the increases have not been that significant.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's noteworthy is it does break it out by service. So
Right.
we're being asked to contribute to paratransit, to fixed route bus service here in the community, capital replacement, as Mr. Valero mentioned, and then in 2019, if I'm reading that
Yep.
correctly from this distance, we contributed towards the building expansion. So of all the programming that's discussed, there's really 3 categories there that we contribute to, and then the building expansion was kind of a one-time thing.
Correct.
All I had, sounds like maybe Commissioner Longbine has a question. Mayor, I'm sorry, Commissioner Longbine is on the phone.
Yeah, I had a couple questions for Pat and Terrell. Do you have a breakdown of the number of people that depend on City Go as their primary mode of transportation?
I would say,
And
go ahead, I'm sorry.
go ahead.
I would say,
And another question I had was how the fuel prices has affected your budget.
let me take the last one first because that one, that one's easy. It had a devastating effect upon our budget. In years past, KDOT came back and helped providers with increase in these type of increases. This year, they didn't. Actually, as I said earlier, we exceeded our agreement with KDOT, which meant OCCK picked up 100% of that cost. And no, I'm not asking the city to cover that, but again, our agreement with KDOT, which is set 8 months ahead and before it actually starts, is the same as a bid. We're bidding KDOT for X amount of dollars. These are the services we're going to provide for this fiscal year. If we go over that amount, which is the fiscal year ended June of 2022, which is the first year that I can remember, because of gas prices, because of labor costs and other sundry expenses, we did exceed that. We did exceed KDOT's budget. So that's a chance we take by providing public transportation. We know we have that liability that if we do exceed our costs, that we're going to have to make up the difference. Now, OCCK primary service is to help anybody with any type of disability. Public transportation fits into our mission for people to be independent, you have to have affordable, accessible public transportation. That's why we're in this so heavily, because it fits into the OCCK's mission. It's never been my intent since 2008, when we started meeting with commissioners, when we started CityGo, that for OCCK to subsidize public transportation. Up to this year, it never has. Now, we saw this coming. We think with further conversations with KDOT, maybe, but it's something we always have to be careful of as we move forward as far as any type of expansion. As Trell mentioned, the AIC grants, that's only for 1 year, a 10% match. Yes, if the city commission thinks the Metro Transit is a good fit for Salina, and I think it will, yes, we will come back to you and say, this is our cost, this is what we think the 10% match will be. On the first question, Commissioner, Terrell probably knows more, and the drivers know more on our demographics than I do, but I would say the majority of the people who ride CityGo is dependent upon the service. Obviously, our paratransit operation, 100%, are based upon our service, because the majority of that is medical in nature. Employment has been a big thing. Shopping has been a big thing. Again, that fits back into the choice. Now they have a choice of where they want to go. I don't have an exact percentage, and I'm starting to ramble, I'm sorry, but majority of CityGo, unless Terrell wants to add to this, would be kind of dependent, not kind of, but dependent upon our service.
Yeah, and we can see that from our ridership data when we end services early, or when we compare the regular route versus the peak route that runs at the half an hour instead of at the top of the hour. We see the consistency that we have a very, very similar level of ridership that is needing that ride. We don't see, oh my gosh, there's a whole bunch of people riding peak and then nobody riding regular. It's very, very consistent. So we're recognizing people need that service no matter what time they're needing to ride it at. If they need to catch it a little bit earlier, great. If they're catching it a little bit later, they're going to catch the bus one way or another. So that's one way that we can tell that that ridership is consistent and it is routine. We've got a lot of regular passengers, we call them, people that we've gotten to know, people that have been riding since the very beginning. And so it's been really cool to see that grow and them bring their friends in. I will have more information on this from our feasibility study. When that data comes in, I will never be able to tell you, oh, exactly 50 riders ride it every single day, because it is general public. I can't always ask every single person, because they reserve that right to not tell me due to that general publicness of it. But we do see that consistency through the riderships on days that we offer more services or less services. It's very, very consistent as we go throughout the year. Need to add any more? Okay.
Back to the first question.
Fair enough.
What are the other communities doing with the gas shortage? Or with, their shortage because of the price of gas? Are you unique
We will
enough
be-
bird that they just patting you on the back and
Okay.
telling you, thanks for taking one for the team,
Yeah.
or is everybody?
Well, no, well, yeah,
Maybe.
yeah. One of our services is called non-emergency medical transportation, which is administered through the 3 managed care organizations in Kansas. They did build in somewhat of an increase. City of Concordia, City of Abilene, we are negotiating with them about our contract with them is also calendar year. It kind of collides. KDOT's on July through June. Most cities are calendar years, so we have to kind of mix those 2 dates together. But we will be discussing the increases with Concordia and Abilene. We do have a funding matching partner, as Terrell was talking about, the Salina to Sullivan route. Again, as she pointed out, that's 10 Salina citizens that are now employed in Sullivan because we provide that service. They are matching that service for now. I don't know how successful we're going to be with Concordia. I don't know how successful we're going to be with Abilene, but I'm pretty sure that they understand the value of public transportation, so we're pretty confident that they're going to. And the same thing with them, with KDOT. We gave them a price. We gave them a bid to provide this service for a 12-month period of time. And of course, we have to live within that bid, but circumstances beyond our control, as fuel prices increase, we certainly can go back in and negotiate with them.
That's the same thing Wichita does and Topeka does.
I would imagine. Again, they're a little bit advantaged. They're a metro area, and once you're in the metro transit district, it's the whole thing changes. So there's a lot more federal funding. It's based upon population and based upon rides. That's something will happen here, not if, but when Salina reaches the 50,000, the whole part of public transportation will change. You set up a Metropolitan Planning Commission, which would be outside of OCCK. I'm not saying we might be a member, but it'd be a lot different. But there's a lot more funds. So,
Well, interesting to know. Yeah,
yeah.
hope for that.
Okay. Okay.
Bring in, what, 3,000 more people? Okay,
Okay. Again, thank you.
thanks for coming by.
Thank you.
Thank
You just run with it, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So that was just a wrap up from our study session 2 weeks ago. Today, we're going to talk about some other considerations because we do have some things going on with the pay plan study, revenue neutral rates, the level of sales tax revenue. So there's some other considerations that we wanted to bring before you so that you had enough information when it's time to make some of these decisions, that we've given you as much as we possibly can to help you with that information. So today, things that we're going to consider, under the general fund, we're going to look at the pay plan, its implementation. We'll look at annual COLAs and merits and what direction you are looking at for those. And we'll look at some personnel requests that we feel like we're not currently covering, but we know in the past, we've either had study sessions that have said we need this, or we know there's a need and we just haven't been able to get them into a balanced budget. Like I mentioned, we'll look at the sales tax fund and some of the deferred and annual allocations that we're currently doing within that fund, and how the effects of the increased collection of sales tax has affected that fund. And we'll make some recommendations to you as far as how we can utilize that fund balance and hopefully start picking away at some of these deferred maintenance and issues that we have that we really need to try to get a handle on, that we've always just been reactive to. And then the last thing is our long-term capital improvement plan. We'll look at some of that information, and just to keep that in the back of our mind as something that we really do need to start getting on top of. And then we'll talk about that revenue neutral rate and hopefully answering questions you might have about how it works, the process, what it looks like to homeowners, and then anything else that you might have as far as questions about that, so that you're prepared to make those decisions as we move down the budget process. So the first item on the agenda is the pay plan implementation. In the 2023 budget, we are using the recommended, first I will note that when the pay plan was done and is being processed as we come along, I know they were here a month or so ago and gave you some of their recommendations and how they came up with some numbers. But within those rates, they assumed, they had an accounting for some inflation, market inflation. I'm not sure they anticipated where it is today. But so they did have that kind of built into some of those numbers. So what we did in the 2023 budget, we assumed that the pay plan study was implemented on 9/1 with the hybrid model with the minimum 2% increase for all employees. That gave us, for the 2023 budget, a baseline. Because we haven't brought that back formally, that's kind of what we heard in that conversation. That's kind of the baseline we're working on for our 2023 budget. So as we look at COLAs and things like that going forward, that's kind of where our baseline is. I wanted to make sure you understood that. In the 2023 budget, the numbers we are looking at currently are a 3% COLA and a 3% maximum merit. It also assumes that we'll have a 50% vacancy of those positions that we currently have vacant. Just as a refresher, a COLA is a cost of living. It's given to all employees, typically on a specific date. In our budget estimates, we're using 1/1/23 as that date. And it really moves the whole pay range up. So if I was making $15 an hour, I could go to $30 an hour. We move that up 15%. We've moved that whole range up, which is good in the market because then our whole range is moving up with the market. A merit is based on performance. It's typically a percentage, and ours is maximum of 3% in our recommendation. It's applied to employees on their anniversary date. It's based on a performance evaluation, and it's geared at certain levels of performance within that evaluation. It's not given to employees that have already reached the maximum of their pay range. So once I get to the top of my pay range, then that merit does not apply to me. And it does not move the pay range up. It moves people up within the given pay range. So just a little understanding of what that is.
If I could offer one clarification, Commissioners, I think you're fully aware, but for anyone listening at home, that minimum 2% increase is, there's a wide variety of customized adjustments based on an individual, their position, what the pay range has recommended for that particular job classification, and then their years of service in the current position, as well as their years of service with the city. So it starts there in terms of that whole hybrid model conversation that we had, but in the event that that doesn't result in an adjustment, that's when the 2% minimum kicks in. There may be individuals that we had some latitude to hire based on their experience. We may have got some people positioned pretty correctly in their pay range at the moment. So I don't want anyone to come away with the assumption that it's just 2% across the board. It's very customized, and it varies widely based on the recommendations coming out of the pay plan.
If I could ask, I wrote it down to ask later, but since what was the original thought behind people who'd reached the top of their pay grade not being eligible for merit?
Because the city of Salina has pay ranges, that position falls within that range. The range doesn't continue to move every time. We're not on a step process where it would be every year I get an increase. It's like a 2% step. This is a pay range.
Now, the merit, that doesn't increase the salary. That's the one-time payment, right?
No, it increases your
Oh,
salary.
it does?
Yeah.
Okay, I
Yeah.
thought it was, okay.
You're thinking of a bonus, I think. A
Okay.
merit is, my salary does go up by whatever percentage that I earn through my performance evaluation.
Okay, answered my question. All right, thanks.
Okay. So a little history of the city's cost of living and merit increases. As you can see, there were 7 years between 2009 and 2015, right after the recession in 2008, that there were no cost of living increases given. Then we were given merits but not cost of living increases, so it's understandable how we kind of fall behind in where the market says we should be. In 2022, City Commission approved a 2% cost of living and a maximum 3% merit increase. And that's from 2022. So the next information I'd like to provide, and this is information that's going to affect the 2023 budget, and these are the questions that I'm bringing forward because that's what we're looking at. Natalie's bringing forward the pay plan and how we're going to implement that, and then I'm bringing forward the information on how does that affect next year's budget. So we provided you with 5 options and the cost that's allowed to both of those. So option 1 is to go with a 0% increase for COLA and a 0% increase for a merit. Then we did a 3% COLA, 3% merit, and I've provided you with that as we moved up to a total of 6% COLA and 3% merit. And as you can see, the one that we are including in the budget amounts that we're providing is the 3% COLA, 3% merit. And in the general fund, that brings our total cost of personnel services to a little over $29 million, or an increase of $1,233,000. That equates to about a 2.5 mills at the current level of mill rate property tax valuation, and it equates to about 17.9% increase in sales tax. Along those same lines, I've provided arts and humanities. The cost to that fund is about $21,000 additional dollars. The sanitation fund is about $53,500. Solid waste, 26.5 million, or 1,000. Golf course, almost 15,000. Water and wastewater, 156,000. And the central garage, 14,000. For a total cost across all funds of $1.5 million if we go with the 3% merit, 3% COLA. You have the option to do whatever you want to do. That you can do any of these options. You could do a different merit, you could do a different COLA, you could do a combination of those. There's always an opportunity to do a flat increase for employees. There's a lot of information, a lot of options for you to do. But I'm just trying to provide you with as much information as I can so that you can make those decisions. And what I've tried to do in the small box on this page is tell you what the cost of 1% of each of those would cost each fund. That way, if you're thinking, oh, what if we went up 1% in the merit side? That would cost us an additional $171,000 over all the funds. So I just wanted to give you that information so that as you're thinking through these processes, you can kind of have an idea of what those numbers look like.
And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, that information about the mill rate and the sales tax is there as a reference point. If we want to sustain that 3%, that's the performance we're going to need to see year over year. So, if we could see essentially 8% growth in our sales tax revenue, that would support on pay raises at that level on an ongoing basis. We haven't historically seen that. We've seen it recently, but in those years where we were not doing cost of livings and jockeying around with merits, it was in response to the fact that our revenue wasn't growing to keep up.
Correct. So then, as Mike started to mention about how does this take us going forward, because the last thing we want to do is do this big plan study, get to the market, and then die, and not, and then have to do it again in 5 years. So what I tried to do on the next slide is present the cost of moving forward with this type of plan. And again, I kind of picked the middle road so that we could kind of see how that was. And this is not an assumption of this is what we'll do. It was just trying to give you, okay, if it costs us $1.5 million in 2023, it's going to cost us $1.6 million. Because we're not only paying on our current rates, but we're paying on what we would have increased in 2023. So that's why it kind of accumulates throughout the years of what that total cost is going to be for that individual year. And as a reference point, that's about 3 to 3.5%. The general fund would need to grow about 3 to 3.5% in total revenue. Total revenue budgeted and actual is about $45 million in the general fund. So in order to generate this kind of money in these future years, we'd have to increase our revenue 3 to 3.5% in the general fund. And that could be from sales tax, property tax, EMS, whatever those parks fees, whatever those revenue sources are. As you might recall, sales tax is our biggest revenue source in the general fund, then property tax, and then some of the other ones as we come along. But those two are about 50 to 60% of our general tax revenue, or general fund. The next slide is information only. It just shows you within this within the 2023 budget, we are budgeting the CAPERS rate at 8.43%, which is a reduction of 0.47% from the prior year. And the KP&F rate is 22.86%, which is a reduction of 0.13% from 2022. The next slide shows you our package of personnel and employee benefits, how we pay overtime, shift differentials, bilingual pay, things like that. These are all costs that are included in this budget analysis. And then the next slide is those positions that I mentioned early on that either departments have requested for in the 2023 budget. We see a need for these that we've never just kind of pulled the trigger on, but we know that we really need to have them, or that we've seen through other study sessions and CPI and analysis of data that we really need to add some staffing into these levels. These numbers are not included in the 2023 budget. So in looking at this, you can see in development, for example, in development services, they did some work with continuous process improvement. They mapped out all of their steps to all of their processes and determined how much time that took to get each process through the system. and then they could determine how many people do we need to get this done in the expected time that we've given people. So if we tell a developer that we can get it done in 2 weeks, how many people does it need for us to be able to get these 100 plans done in 2 weeks, or whatever that might be? So what they found out through that process was they needed about 5.2 planners. They currently have 3 planners. So their request would be to add an additional planner and then kind of see where it settles and how that does, rather than jump all the way to the top. Same with permit techs. They currently have 2. They're requesting to add 1. In the fire department, we've seen the slides all along. The fire department has 1 shift that does not hold the minimum number of firefighters or staff members on that shift. Each shift should have 27 at each fire station or something like that. I don't know exactly what that number is, but should have 27. So they've always been 1 short. So they're requesting that 1 position to make sure that all of those the same number at that minimum staffing level. The police department has had a crime analyst in the past. It has been contracted out. It was a subcontractor. They haven't had really good luck in maintaining that position as a subcontractor, so they're hoping to be able to hire that internally to look at analysis of crimes, where things are happening, what they can do in specific areas to help in those different types of crime and things like that. One of the things we've talked about internally is a purchasing agent. As we go through things like RFPs and things like that, purchasing policies, purchasing processes, we don't have anyone internally that has expertise in the purchasing world to be able to kind of guide department heads and supervisors and people through that process. A hiring specialist is another one that we feel like we have an internal need for, and that's to help to help supervisors and department heads get through the process of hiring, but also to kind of help pre-screen applications and do some of those things that, if you're the finance director, you don't always hire somebody. It's really time-consuming to go out and have to say, okay, here's my list of things I have to do, but if I had somebody that knew all that and could guide me through that, that's where it would certainly be helpful to have that guidance. And then if you recall, about 6 months ago or so, the Parks Department brought forward a presentation on bathroom maintenance. And in that presentation, they said that they needed approximately 6.5 more custodians to be able to take over the maintenance of all bathrooms in the whole system. So that request is on here as well. The cost of just this list, and there may be more, is about $737,000. So if we were to add all these, that would add to these are all general fund positions. That doesn't even count in any of the other funds. That would be an additional $737,000. So the reason we bring this forward is that you can see we have needs that we have not ever been able to fill because we've always been so tight in our budget numbers. And so now that we've gotten a little bit of a fund balance, we're seeing a little bit of revenue increase. These are some things that we need to have some discussion about to make sure that we're utilizing things and doing things the most efficient that we possibly can.
And Debbie did a really good job of explaining why we're bringing it forward at this point. And this isn't necessarily a recommendation we're asking you to approve whole cloth. It's more of a reference point. I would call this a little bit more than a brainstormed list. I mean, it has been thought through at the department level, but it's really, the reason we wanted to share it with you is to give you a sense of here's where we are at with a balanced budget that we're bringing to you, but here's the kind of things that don't make it into that balanced budget on a regular basis.
And then just for reference point, there are a few outstanding strategic planning items that we still have on our radar. The agenda management software, the city website, which you'll be seeing probably come forward very quickly, and the facility audit, which there's an RFP out for now. So that's about $150,000 in general funding that is still in the process of getting processed in 2022. So from a pay plan perspective, the guidance that we'd like to get from you is the method and date of the implementation kind of where we should be going as far as the 2023 budget? We'll do a formal action on that in a few weeks. Where your comfort level is as far as the 2023 merit and COLAs are, if it's 0, if it's 3.3, if it's 3.4, whatever, and what your kind of position is on the new positions that we have brainstormed to see how do you want us to move forward with those types of requests as they come forward.
New position requests aren't at present in the budget, is that right?
No, they are not. They are not. So what'll end up happening in the budget process as we think through these items, as you recall, we'll come back in a week or 2 weeks with issues and options, and at that point, we can put all this information in there as we recommend it, and at that point, we'll really be asking you for a consensus as far as this is where we want to be, these are the numbers you should be taking. So as we move forward, if there's anything that's not clear, or you don't understand how it'll affect the budget, please let us know, and we'll move forward with those numbers or change those numbers as you see those numbers come through.
So, and putting a finer point on it maybe, without any redirection on your part, we're going forward with the budget with a September 1 assumed implementation of the pay plan. So for an employee, that would realize a likely adjustment to their pay, and then the COLA would be a further adjustment in January, and then merits would be a further adjustment based on whenever their anniversary date is. So that's all factored into the budget as we prepared for you. As you mentioned, the position requests are not, and we're going to get to a revenue neutral conversation here in a little bit. That's really going to be a key decision point that will indicate whether there's additional revenue above and beyond what we brought to you as a balanced budget for whatever the intended use might be.
Right, so without putting this on the revenue neutral discussion, what happens to the bathrooms if these positions aren't added?
We continue to catch as catch can with the staff that we have. Where the renovations are underway, we did add those 2 staff people and bringing them on board to do the epoxy flooring and the upgrade. So I think the bathrooms in and of themselves physically should present themselves better. They might be a little bit more conducive to cleaning, but we're still left with individual bathrooms assigned to different park staff and different divisions rather than having a dedicated team that's and responsible for the bathrooms.
It's my recollection they're kind of short-staffed anyway. If you're going to replace 50%, would any of that 50% fall in under that $325,000 worth of maintenance positions?
Well, practically
Can you
speaking,
combine those 2 things somehow?
well, practically speaking, that's what we end up doing just based on the staffing levels that we have. And it's always been a challenge for us to meet expectations in the bathrooms because we're dividing those people, their responsibilities so many different ways. That staffing level is more of a dedicated approach to bathroom cleaning, and then we can free up staff to work on maintenance and mowing and ball field lining and trash pickup and the other things that are going on in the Parks Department. So if that doesn't get funded, we'll continue to try to strike some type of balance as we go forward. And I don't think it's an all or nothing proposition either. Something's better. Additional staff is better than no additional staff, but we're trying to inch our way forward.
So any particular questions about the pay plan or the direction that, the numbers that we'll be bringing forward? Any other additional information that you feel would be helpful to you as far as the pay plan is concerned?
Not me right now, no.
Okay,
Not right at this point.
okay. So we're going to move on then, I know, to the Sales Tax Capital Fund. Currently, the Sales Tax Capital Fund has the ending fund balance at the end of 2021 was $8,290,000. We originally budgeted revenue of $9,020,000 and expenditures of a little over $11 million, which would have left that fund balance at the end of ¡22 at about $5.9 million. With the increase in sales tax that we're seeing this year, our new projections as of 5/31 are that revenue comes in at about $10.6 million, which will leave the fund balance at the end of 2022 at about $7.5 million in the Sales Tax Capital Fund. So the next couple of slides are the ones that we've seen over and over again, and the reason we bring these back is because we always are very aware of what when we raised that sales tax, what did we promise we were going to do? So we're always trying to make sure that the information that we're bringing you, the recommendations that we're bringing you are falling in the guidelines of the things that we said that we wanted to do when we asked to have that sales tax increase back in 2016. There's a highlighted list, and then there's a table that kind of just reviews what that list is, just because I felt like it might be a little easier to read. I will say that as you go down this list of seeing what the priorities are and things like that, we can check off quite a few of these. The one thing I will mention, the estimated additional revenue at $4.3 million in sales tax, we did not achieve that until 2021. We were running about 3.8, 4.2 million up until that time. 2021, when we saw a large increase in sales tax, we did hit that expected $4.3 million revenue. We have tried over the years, we have increased the sales tax, the spending on streets. We have been transferring money for projects or property tax stabilization. We've assigned that $500,000 for parks and maintenance. We do have funds set aside, an intention of funds being set aside for the Smoky Hill River. Quality jobs, we're doing that as far as we're transferring money into the Economic Development Fund to stimulate economic development in the city of Salina. We do have a separate budget, a separate budgeted fund to account for that. And some of the project lists, we have done some of those things. Are we there 100%? No, but I just want to make sure that you understand that we are checking some of these things off this list. The next table kind of gives you where we are today. This is a summary of the annual commitments that we have today out of the Sales Tax Capital Fund, and how long we have that commitment kind of budgeted or projected in the fund. So prior debt, we have $650,000 is set aside for prior debt, which is the Centennial Road, the Iron Avenue reconstruction, North Ohio. Those were some of those projects that were in that list. That funding is expected to be allocated till 2036. We had the Kenwood Cove debt, which was paid off in 2020, and then that transferred over to the river renewal at $1.3 million. One thing that we didn't have in here, but we did end up doing is financing the downtown streetscape. We had the field house in here, but because we got new money market tax credits, that was kind of transferred to the downtown streetscape debt. That goes through 2039. Economic development for about $400,000 a year. Parks maintenance, $500,000. Bike trails, $50,000. Streets, we currently have at $3.2 million. Kenwood Cove maintenance, $68,000. Tax stabilization transfers, $1 million. Capital equipment and vehicles is $930,000 a year. Capital planning, $100,000, and buildings and facilities at $270,500. For a total of $9,168,850 in annual commitments that we currently have out of the Sales Tax Capital Fund. The 2023 revenue estimate, which is based on a 2% increase over 2021, is $10,231,000, which leaves us a net increase in that fund of about a little over $1 million. So as we go through some of these items that we're paying for out of here, we're going to make recommendations to kind of start using up what we're gaining in revenue that we don't already have committed in annual allocations. So you'll see us taking a little bit more and putting it towards streets, or a little bit more and putting it to vehicles, and some of these items that we're not able to stay on top of. So the deferred maintenance schedules that we'll be providing are for parks, mowers, buildings and facilities, playground equipment, vehicles and equipment, streets, plans, Kenwood Cove, and the river renewal project. Those are the ones we'll focus on today. Parks mower replacement plan, this is a very preliminary plan, a list of all of their items. They're still going through the inventory and how much are they going to cost. So those are some of the unknowns, is really how much is this item equipped to what we need, or do we need less or more? So kind of what the cost we think will be. It's hard to tell at this point what anything's going to cost. So we've kind of just thrown some numbers in here to hold some, just so that we can make sure that we get a list of everything put in here. So just on a very preliminary basis, on average, we could spend $260,000 on just mowers for parks. And we currently don't have that allocation, that type of allocation in vehicles equipment, because we're also trying to buy out of vehicles and equipment bulldozers for streets and all kinds of other things. As we've seen in sub-CIP, there's a lot of needs that aren't getting fulfilled. So out of the vehicle maintenance reserve fund, as we saw earlier in the budget cycle, we estimate that we'll have about, we had a $500,000 balance, a revenue of $630. We expect our ending fund balance to be about $91,000. In 2023, we expect to put in another $1 million, which includes a one-time transfer of unspent funding from 2021. If you recall, in 2021, we made the decision, and you all made the decision, to take these funds and separate them out of the sales tax general fund to make sure that we were spending it on what we intended to spend it on. So with a timing issue that we did that in, we still had 2021 that we hadn't taken those funds that weren't spent and put them over. So you'll see a few of these funds have some catch-up for the 2021 unspent dollars. We had $1.9 million in requests for vehicles and equipment. We haven't approved all those because obviously we don't have that funding. Of that, $246,000 was for mowers. So my point to you is $260,000 annually, and we're getting requested $246,000 in 2023. That's about where our number's falling for mowers, and to be able to get caught up. That doesn't get us caught up in today, that gets caught up over 10 years. So it does do a little bit of helping us to get back on a good cycle, as opposed to having a 35-year-old lawnmower or a 50-year-old lawnmower.
But in 10 years, continuing those same types of allocations, we would have every mower accounted for, and we know 15 years ahead of time when it's going to be replaced, and
Theoretically, yes.
theoretically.
That is my vision, yes.
Yes.
And in fact, if interest rates weren't doing what they were doing, if we had an annual allocation, we had some confidence in it, we could start financing equipment and get ahead a little bit, or, replace our worst pieces of equipment. So I'm not ruling that out, but interest rates are headed in the wrong direction at the moment. And as Debbie mentioned, that mower plan is very preliminary. I think I mentioned previously, there's a handful of items where I didn't want to hold off another year budgeting them, but the departments are going to have to know that there's a budget allocation, but we still have to get the plan pulled together before they're going to have authorization to actually spend those budgeted funds. And between now and 2023, we've got to get these plans pulled together.
Okay. And I'm assuming it wouldn't be sensible to replace all of them now because they'll all wear out at the same time.
I wouldn't rule that out, or a vast majority of them. If you can have confidence in the available revenue, and you can get it to match up, it does get us on a more, number one, it gets our fleet caught up, but then it gets us on a financial commitment that doesn't ebb and flow and cause us to fall behind again.
What is the projected service life of most of those mowers?
Well,
5
we've used
to
them for
10
20 years,
years.
but we're thinking 5 to 10, yeah.
Then apparently
We've
we
kept a
have
lot of
pretty
them
high
much
average
longer
age.
than that, but.
Yeah, and it seems like the new stuff
Yep.
doesn't last as long, regardless of how you maintain it. But
Well, some of the things we've looked at are, what's the warranty period? And rather than keeping a piece of equipment for 10, 15, 20 years, should we be cycling it through the warranty period before it becomes a maintenance problem for us? But we've never had the finances in place to even think that way.
Was there an amount of money that would put us in a position to?
Our recommendation is what we think is the amortized annual allocation. Then it becomes, we need to dive into the details of the equipment, the life cycle of each one of those, and see if we can look into some financing to move the replacement faster. I wish there was someone out there like Enterprise for fleet management for mowers, but the closest we've been able to come is fleet financing. There's particular manufacturers will work with you on a lease or financing terms, but not the broader planning that we're trying to do.
am I the only one with a little bit of sticker shock on some of these, like 73,000 for
No.
a greens mower?
I guess we've worked with those numbers so long, the sticker shock's worn off on us. But yeah, some of these batwing mowers and bigger
hope it's
pieces
got
of
the beer
equipment
cup.
and specialty pieces of equipment at the golf course in particular, yep.
And that's part of the plan. The planning is, do I need this mower for this particular type of service, or could I do this mower with, and whatever that looks like. So that's part of their process of going through is this the mower I need to do this job and to get all of these jobs done?
It makes sense, and I'm a big believer in getting the right tool for the right job, because then you end up, it seems like you always end up chasing your tail when you
Right.
don't.
Right.
It's just, some of the price points of these are a little shocking.
Right. The other thing I noticed, the yearly expenditures vary almost by 250% there.
And that's
Is there
kind
a way
of
to-
how they're put in
Well,
the plan.
we're trying to smooth that out either by rearranging the purchases, or if you truly have a fund where you're putting in an annual amount, you can count on that either in advance, or you have it available to kind of smooth out those fluctuations. When annually, you're just trying to figure out what you can afford for this particular item along with a whole bunch of others, you lose that ability to plan, that predictability.
Right, so would a larger amount this year get us to that place where we're smooth for 10 years any sooner?
Incrementally, maybe a little bit, but in all honesty, we don't have the plan pulled together to that level of detail. We're really talking in kind of those broader picture numbers at the moment and just trying to come up with an annual allocation that amortizes that cost. And then we'll have to dive in as staff to work out the details if it gets funded.
Next year's budget, we could do that.
Yeah, well, I would think between now and when we come back with that first round of purchases for mowers using, if this allocation's made, that's when we're going to need to roll out to you, here's the detailed long-term plan.
So our recommendation, as you'll see farther down the line, is to increase this allocation for vehicles and equipment by $275,000 a year. And as you'll see in a couple of slides, when we look at vehicles and equipment, it's not just mowers, it's everything, but mowers tends to get pushed back because of something that's required by the police department or something that's street-related or something like that. So that's why we're focusing kind of on mowers at that point. So the next segment that we feel is a huge priority is buildings and facilities. The city's gone out for an RFP to perform a facilities audit, and I think what that's going to tell us is what we have and what kind of where are they standing as far as whether they're in good shape, bad shape, they need replacement, things like that. We're talking HVAC, roof, anything structural, things that are out there. This particular item, although it has huge cost implications, for example, a roof could be $30,000 or $40,000 or more, is only allocated $270,000 a year. Our current budget shows us with requests of $321,000 that can be absorbed in the fund balance that we had put aside in that reserve fund. We're recommending that we increase this to $476,000 a year in order to kind of be ready for that audit that's coming through. We did set aside some funding in the ARPA funds for the implementation of that, as well as some other things. So we might have some money there to be able to put towards this, but just in order to get to the point where once we get that audit, we can start doing things and staying on top of them. And we don't have to respond to things like the police department that had to have the emergency roof put on last year. Those are things that we can.
And the electrical upgrade. And the electrical upgrade, the panel is from the 1960s.
Right, right. So that's our buildings and facilities. Playground equipment is the next one. Even though the playground equipment is not funded typically in the way we've budgeted out of sales tax, there is some opportunity that we may or may not need to assist that. Right now, we have 27 playgrounds. Their recommended replacement is every 15 years. That's nearly 2 a year. The rough estimate of annual cost for these in a schedule of items is about $240,000. We're currently paying for these out of special parks funding, which is special alcohol funds. It's coming in about that rate. On the next slide, you can see has been increasing. It's trending upwards. We're estimating about $246,000 in revenue in 2023. But there's not a lot of funding in that fund balance. We did set aside some of that for the rodeo grounds. So there are some other uses that we could use that funding for. But at this point, we hope that the average cost of these playgrounds and the revenue estimates that we have should be able to sustain themselves. So we're not asking to do any additionals, but we just want to keep it on our radar to make sure that the funding is staying up with the needs. And there could be things as we go through that plan that change the cost and things like that. So we just want to make sure that we're keeping that as a plan, because it is a huge piece of our facilities and what's important to our citizens. So we want to make sure that we're staying on top of those things. The next one I mentioned earlier is vehicles and equipment replacement. As you can see by this schedule, over the years, we've always had a significant amount of requests that we could not fund, and typically what happens is they just get pushed to the next year, and hopefully they get funded the next year. So everything's just continually getting pushed off until we have an emergency, and then we have to come up with something to pay for those emergencies. So for example, in 2023, we had about $1.9 million worth of requests. Our current allocation for spending on this is $630,000. Because we're currently putting $300,000 aside for our lease vehicles. And what's kind of interesting to think about is the $1.9 million does not include any leased vehicles. So it doesn't include our police cars, our trucks, any of those smaller cars that we're now getting out of the lease system. The fleet cars are not even in that $1.9 million anymore. As you can see, like in 2021, when we had $2.5 million, those were still in there. So that lease is helping us take away the purchase cost, but we're still having to support that with the transfer. We also did transfer an additional $500,000 from the general fund into this vehicle and reserve fund in 2022, which gave it a little bit of cushion. This next slide is the exact same one that we had back in mowers. We are putting an additional $70,000 into this capital reserve replacement fund from unspent funds in 2021. And this is the same recommendation. Because vehicles and equipment and mowers are out of the same pot, it is the same recommendation as the $905,000. It's just a matter of where we're going to spend that additional $275,000. The next one is streets. Public Works has gone through a lot of effort, and they've provided you some of their basic information. This is the pavement management plan. This plan does not include increase for inflation, concrete replacement, special projects, so like Broadway medians, new roads, Magnolia, Holmes, things like that. This is just pavement management. So this is our UBAS and our small asphalt, crack seal, those types of things. That's the detail in this is where that number comes from. They still have a lot of pieces to really go through and say, okay, what's my concrete section and what's my sidewalk plan and things like that. But just with the numbers that we've allocated, they have about $4.6 million in needs in the first year, and that ramps up a little bit, goes as high as $5.8 million, almost $5.9 million in 2027. And as you can see, if on the blue line in the middle, based on the revenue we expect from, this is supported through gas tax, sales tax, and our federal fund exchange dollars that we get from the state. So even with those three revenue sources to help pay for the street improvements, it's not going to take long before there's not enough to fund the plan. And that doesn't include the rest of the plans that we know are not going to be sufficient in what we have allocated here. So our recommendation is that we increase the street subsidy from sales tax by $500,000, puts it back at $3.7 million, which is where it was a few years ago when we reduced it, when our revenues were going down during COVID and things like that. We had reduced that. So our recommendation is going to be to put that back at $3.7 million. And in doing so, we're hoping that we'll be able to alleviate some of the negative fund balances that we would anticipate with this plan. The next section is on Kenwood Cove capital improvement. Parks has done a pretty good job about seeing where there's a lot of moving parts at Kenwood Cove. And really, if it doesn't come out of Parks operations, it comes out of the maintenance fund. And typically what that is for filters and pumps and slide painting and, some of those projects that are really larger maintenance items. So this fund was set up to support that very important asset that the city spent a lot of money putting in. So their kind of preliminary estimate of their capital needs is provided on the schedule. We know over the long run, the next slide on slide 28, if you look at what their requests are and where they are currently, their fund balance goes into the negative in 2023. And it stays there in perpetuity because the 68,000 is just not enough even to probably cover one major maintenance item in Kenwood Cove. So our recommendation is to increase this funding transfer to $150,000 a year, and hopes that gets them to into a positive flow, and they can shift off some of the things that they were maybe going to do in 2023 and kind of build that up. And in looking at long-term, maybe hopefully be able to maintain that a little bit better and not have to worry about that. The next item is the River Renewal Project. As the Salina citizen said, gave you a whole description of what that is. We've had several discussions about what our commitment was to that, and it all comes back to we were replacing the Kenwood Cove debt with the river renewal debt at a maximum of $1.3 million. That's all changeable. That was the promise we made back in 2016, but that doesn't mean we have to do that today. But the numbers that we've moved forward and we've always projected from is to support that at that level. So the spreadsheet on page 30 or slide 30 kind of shows you that history of, okay, if we were putting into a separate fund the funds that were available for the river renewal, what would that balance look like? Because we wanted to make sure that we were transparent in making sure that we were actually allocating those funds to that. So because we've had the debt for Kenwood Cove did not pay off until 2020, there was not $1.3 million available from the get-go. So this table shows you what was actually available to the River Renewal Project. It also shows you what we've currently got out in debt payment that we're using against that allocation. And then as we moved forward, we were projecting what we could or could not support as far as the cost of construction going forward. And the numbers we've always used is $12,000 in construction because it fit in the model. It wasn't because we came up with this $12 million, but it fit in the model to figure out that would be about $1.3 million over this length of time with the cost of debt and things like that. So if we continue to do that, what really this spreadsheet shows you is at the end of 2022, with the commitment we've made, the sales tax fund is holding about $3.4 million that is promised to the River Renewal Project. And as we go along with these other costs, they eventually will kind of level out at the $1.3 million through 2036. But what we found, and you'll see in the next couple of slides, is from Martha's study session back in November, when the Corps came with their alternatives and what that was going to cost, the city cost for Alternative 2, which was the direction that City Commission gave, was about $7 million. And a potential Phase 1, which was just some of the items along 4th Street, some of the bridges, some of the improvements down there, was another projected cost about $9.6 million. With all that being said, with the funding that we currently have in place, we know there's a shortfall in this River Renewal Project of about $3.5 million with just those basic items. That doesn't include anything else. It doesn't include the fact that the Corps might come with bigger numbers or anything like that. And we're mentioning this here because we want to make a recommendation, not that we want to change this amount, but what we want to do is make a recommendation that we establish a fund for the River Renewal Project, get the funds out of the sales tax fund so that we don't have any chance of spending that on something else. Basically, we're going to be setting that aside. So instead of having it sit in that fund balance for sales tax and make it look like we have a lot of money available, we'd like to set up a separate fund, as we did with the other maintenance funds and capital funds, and transfer the $3.4 million that's sitting there at the end of 2022, and then annually transfer $1.3 million, as was promised, into that fund, and start paying the debt and everything that comes along with the river renewal project out of that fund. So that it's very transparent at any time what their balance is. If we have something like water rights that we need to pay for, and we have cash available, do we pay it out of cash instead of funding it? If we have something, I mean, if we have the funds available for the city's portion of the core project of $1.8 million, do we pay that out of cash, or do we? It just gives us an opportunity to make better decisions based on those funding allocations. So that's the recommendation we're making with this particular item that's allocated in the sales tax fund, is to set up a fund.
We could change the allocation at any time.
We could change that allocation anytime we wanted to. Any of these, as a matter of fact.
Do we have any idea when we're going to know some scope on, because at this point, we don't know costs?
I'm going to put Martha on the spot.
Yeah, she had a good week last week.
Put me on the spot, all right. I've been communicating with the Corps last week. They're reevaluating their costs right at this moment, and I think the intent from the Corps is to have something to the city within 2 to 3 weeks on where they see the costs at right now. But the indication would be they're higher from our previous discussion. And there is some thought that that goes along with inflation and some of the cost of products and labor. So it would appear that their numbers were higher than they had estimated they might be. So they're relooking at their numbers. So I'd like to say we'd have something. I'm going to hedge my bet with the Corps and say it might be a month or so. But the intent is for them to share those numbers with the city manager and myself, and then get a plan to move forward to have the Corps come and do another study session with the city commission so that you can get a feel from where we're at, hear the words from them. They just need a little time to double check their work.
So does that mean that they might put in more money on their part of the project if the price tag went up?
Well, if you remember, the CAP program limits them to $10 million. There are other programs, one's a general investigation that has a much higher price tag and different percentages from the sponsor or the city. So I believe those are the options that they're looking at to bring back to us, or do you use a different program? So they're looking at all of the big picture, and they'll present to us what our options are. But hopefully that'll be within a month, based on them thinking 2 weeks they'll get to Mike and I, and then we can get back to. Of course, we'll have to push Debbie out of a study session, so.
I'll be done.
She'll be done. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so now I want to skip to slide 35, because I think I put these out of order a little bit, to recap kind of what our recommendations are for the sales tax capital fund. So what the recommendations are for in the 2023 budget is to increase the transfer to V&E by $275,000 to assist with mower replacement, to increase the buildings and facilities transfer by $205,500 in anticipation of facility audit results, to increase the street maintenance transfer to $3.7 million, to increase the Kenwood Cove maintenance transfer to $150,000, and to transfer the unspent funding of the river renewal funds of $3.4 million and establish a new fund, and then annually transfer that $1,300,000 into that fund to pay for future debt and costs of the project. And then if you flip back to slide 33, this is a slide that we kind of track the sales tax, and you've seen this multiple times, but this is what happens. The first page doesn't really show you anything other than our assumption is that sales tax will only grow by 0.5%. That is very conservative. but we'd rather be conservative at this point, not knowing what the fluctuations of sales tax are going to do. That's kind of the number we've been out there doing. The next slide on 34, the highlighted yellow columns are the changes that we're anticipating, that we're recommending that we make. And then if you look in the very right-hand column, that shows you where we would anticipate, based on that revenue assumption of growth of 0.5%, and these changes, and no changes to the other allocations, that gives you an idea of where we would anticipate the fund balance to go in the sales tax capital fund. So as you can see, it drops down to $1.8 million, but then it continues to grow a little bit each year, which gives us time to look at changes. So if we have something else that we might want to do, it gives us an opportunity to do that. Certainly making these changes in 2023 with the information that we have today gives us that opportunity to just kind of keep reviewing this as we go along every year. Any questions on the sales tax capital fund recommendations?
Looks
You've
well
heard from
thought
me.
out to me. I mean, it's
Oh, you've heard from me repeatedly, my focus was going to be back to basics and back of house type things, and we haven't had an opportunity with finances to really make progress in quite some time. But as Debbie said, we took the 2021 number and inflated that for the 2023 projection. But if you look, that's actually a little bit less than what we're projecting to end 2022 at. So I feel like we're being pretty conservative there. As Debbie mentioned, 0.5% growth from that point forward, and it still leaves us some fund balance. We haven't got everything, we haven't got our house completely in order, but we're incrementally making progress on some of those long-term deferred maintenance challenges that have always frustrated us. With respect to the river, part of the reason that we proposed this approach and nothing more at the moment is that 2016 piece said we'd spend not more than 1.3 million. To Commissioner Ryan's point, that piece also said there's a budget process, and so there would be public hearings, and whatever is done would be publicly disclosed. So I think you do have some latitude there, and hopefully with that anticipated growth in fund balance, if you as a governing body choose to, there might be some capacity there to use some of that going forward.
or to transfer other monies into that same fund.
Correct. Finding other resources, but I have to admit, part of what I'm trying to do financially is lock everything in and not be moving from year to year from one fund to another, trying to get that baseline established. And some of the things we're doing aren't all that flashy, but it's that one at a time flash in the pan that's been causing us to stumble in terms of all these other items, so.
Well, off the top of my head, I think it looks to be the conservative thing, not knowing what we're going to have in the way of inflation for people and how the sales tax is going to react. I think the prudent course is the way to go, but it won't be around here forever, but the other commissions should remember all things are alterable.
Well, the scary thing is when that money was first approved, the financing, 2036 seemed like, oh my God, 10 decades from now, and now it's barely 10
Not
years. It's barely 10, I mean, you can fit it all on one page now, which
I
is
know,
a little scary.
I know.
And if it doesn't perform, we dial these numbers back to
Right.
the previous, hopefully to the previous levels, not less than the previous levels, but we've got some ability to react. And we also have fund balance, as it relates to the revenue neutral conversation, and more so, that gives us some ability to miss our projections if the economy doesn't perform and still be able to react a bit.
So we will bring also all of these options back in issues and options for you to make that final decision for us going forward. We will put them into the 2023 budget as a recommendation, and then as we get through that, the final numbers will be what you indicate when we come to those decision points. The next thing we wanted to bring to light, because this is something we always need to keep in the back of our mind, is our long-term capital improvement plan. We have purchased some software that is going to enable us to get a bigger picture of what we're looking at. We provide you with a 5-year kind of plan that's always, oh, tell me what I'm going to need this year, but it never goes beyond that. So what we're trying to do with this software is we're trying to put all of these things in place where we think we're going to need to do them. So some of those things that we're looking at in here is fire equipment apparatus. Those are $1 million items sometimes. So bridges, we have bridges that are going to need replaced. Facilities, we have roofs, HVAC, things like that that are major improvements to facilities. New facilities, we have a fire station, we might have general services, parks, we have a lot of facilities that we may need to expand upon. Public works, large equipment, utilities equipment, and sewer lines, computer technology. We often forget about the software and those things. Those things are expensive, and those are things that we need to be planning for, because we know that the systems that we may have now, there might be better products later, or there might be new technology that we need to look at. And planning, comprehensive plan and zoning code updates. Those things are not cheap, and we need to be planning for those. They should be done every so often, and we need to be aware that they're coming so that we can plan for those things and know kind of what to expect and where our finances are going to be when we get to that point. So we're currently working with staff. Every department's working on their own internal 10-year plan, and then we'll try to get that into the software system that we have and hopefully be able to kind of shake out, okay, what do we need to do? How do we need to prepare for these things as they come down the line? But it's something we need to be prepared for, because if we have to debt finance these things, we've looked at kind of that breakout thing, but we've never really looked at, okay, where do all of these items fall in that schedule? We know we have kind of a peak in the debt service fund, and then it starts to drop off, but where do you add one bridge and one fire apparatus, and you've debt financed a few $1 million, and that number goes back up. So we're just trying to, as Mike said, we're trying to get these plans in place so that we have future understanding of what's coming down the road. And the next item is our favorite, property tax revenue neutral rate. And rightfully so, we want to make sure that there's understanding of what this does, how the process works, what's on the table, what's, what our opportunities are, where we need to be. But we have to have that understanding of, just because we have a fund balance, are we sitting pretty, should we ignore this? So we need to make sure that we have all of the information that we have to make a decision on this particular item. So as you can see by this slide, the assessed valuation in 2023, which would be, well, it's 2022, but it's for the 2023 budget, increased by a little over 9%, from 459 to 501. Of that portion, the city's availability of those funds goes from 452 to 495, because we have to subtract out the tax incremental portion that we don't get tax on, because those are taxes that we've foregone through a tax increment financing agreement. So that portion, the budgetary portion has an increase of about 9.5%. The revenue neutral rate was calculated based on our levied taxes last year. That's not what we actually collected or we had rights to. That's based on the amount before TIF of $14 million, and that came out to a revenue neutral rate of 27.931. The next slide I wanted to provide to you, because this gives you the information that comes from the county. It gives us all the breakdown of real estate. It also shows us what portion of these assessed valuations were new improvements. We've talked about this before. Can we capture that new improvement? Almost $8 million of the assessed valuation comes from new improvements. It also shows you on here where the tax increment values come from, delinquency rates and such. So this is just an information sheet that is provided by the county in June. Now, these numbers could change because they don't do their final assessment until November 1st, and then we'll get another number that either will be exactly the same, probably not, they never are, because they've got, people are, the changes in the values will change because somebody's protested or something like that, so these numbers could change. The next piece of information that I wanted to provide to you was what's our mill levy look like over the years, especially since we put in the sales tax increase in 2016, because part of that sales tax was tax stabilization. Our mill levy's gone up by 3.4 mils since 2016, and that's an average of 1.77% per year. As you can see on the bottom graphic, the average increase in mill levy for total mill levy has increased about 1.42%. For the budgetary side, which is the portion that the city gets their revenue from, the average is about 1.68% over that 10-year period or 12-year period. The next slide is just a graphic of where just the city's portion of the mill levy has gone. There's been a couple dips and there's been a little bit of increase. And then I provided in the middle what's that done to the property tax. So for example, in 2015, the levy of property tax was a little over $11 million. In 2022, it was about $13.5 million. Over a 12-year period, the increase in the mill rate was 0.38 mils per year, or 1.42%. And the average increase in the sales tax or the property tax revenue was about $291,000, or 2.83%. And that 2.83% increase equates to 0.6% of the general fund total revenue. So of a $46 million revenue budget, that $290,000 is about 0.6% of that. So not a huge number that can affect that. Just as a reference point, I looked up the 10-year break-even inflation rate, and it was 2.74% in June of 2022. So as you can see, our increases in property tax revenue are barely keeping up with just what the inflation is doing. That doesn't include cost of increases for salaries, anything like any new items that we've put online or anything like that. The next slide on 41 is a breakdown of where all the tax dollars go in our district. So 40% of the dollars go to USD 305, 1% goes to the state, 29% goes to Schilling County, 22% goes to the city of Salina, 3% goes to Airport Authority, and 5% goes to the library and the extension office. The next slide is a breakdown of that sales or property tax that would be generated from the revenue neutral rate. The first box is the revenue neutral rate. This is budgetary dollars. So if we stayed with the revenue neutral rate, we could budget $13.8 million of revenue, property tax revenue. If we used the prior year mill levy rate of 30.452, we would generate about $15 million in revenue, which is about $1.2 million more than the revenue neutral rate. If we went somewhere in the middle, we just picked a number, right, smack dab in the middle at 29.192, it would generate about $14.4 million in property tax revenue, or an additional $623,000 over the revenue neutral rate. If we wanted to just gain the taxes on the new value of the new improvement, that would be $243,000 and would put the rate at 28.423%. That does not mean the rate would only go on the new improvement, so that means the rate's going over everybody, and we are just going to collect that amount of money that would have been produced by the new improvements. The value of the current mill levy to the city is about $495,000 per mill. That makes it about $49.5 thousand for 0.1 mils. The cost to a homeowner on the next slide, the median home value currently in the city of Salina is $140,800, so we did it on a $150,000 appraised value home. The cost of the city property tax, if we were to retain the prior year's mill levy rate of 30.452, would be $525.30. If we move our rate to the revenue neutral rate of 27.931, that would cost about $481.81 for a difference of $43.49 annually, or $3.63 a month. The cost of 1 mil to this particular homeowner, of a $150,000 appraised value homeowner, The cost of 1 mil is $17.25, and the cost of 0.1 mil is $1.73 per year. I want to give you that information because as you're thinking about this, and if you're even thinking about changing that mill levy, you kind of can see what effect you're having on what the city's getting and what it's doing to an average homeowner. As far as the revenue neutral rate process, if City Commission chose to go above the 27.931 revenue neutral rate, by July 20th, we have to send a notice to the county. And then on August 10th, the county's going to send a notification to every taxpayer in Saline County via mail or email of all taxing subdivisions that will be are requesting to exceed the revenue neutral rate. So if the city does, the county does, the school district does, the airport authority, any one or more of those that would request that, a notice is going to go to every taxpayer. And within that notification, it's going to list. The city of Salina wants to go over their revenue neutral rate by this amount. They're having a hearing on this date, and that's the information you get. The cities or the county's doing this, and it's going to list every single one of those that are requesting to go over the revenue neutral rate, all in one notice to the taxpayer. If we choose to go that direction, between August 20th and September 20th, we'll be required to hold a hearing that we're going over the revenue neutral rate. We're required to hold a public hearing on our budget, so we can do those both in conjunction or separately. Between August 20th and October 1st, we have to pass a resolution that says we're going to exceed our revenue neutral rate. And then between August 20th and October 1st, we also have to adopt our formal budget. And then between August 30th and October 1st, we have to certify our budget to the county clerk. That step doesn't change. The only thing we have to be cognizant of within that time frame is that we do have to give a 10-day notice, published notice for our public hearings. So basically, that gives you kind of the process of where the budget hearings or the budget would go if we exceeded the revenue neutral rate. The last slide I have is the current budget timeline. What I anticipate doing for you today is on July 11th, we'll look at the revenue neutral rate, or we'll, depending on where your comfort level is, we could bring issues and options to make those decisions on July 11th and provide a budget draft at that point. So we could really combine 11th and the 18th if you're ready for that. If you're not, you need more information, we can certainly have that July 11th study session to have further discussion, bring further information, that type of thing. By July 20th, we'll have to notify the county. We'll have to set our public hearing dates, either by the calendar that was provided before or by July 25th. And then depending on what those decisions are, then our public hearing dates and our adoption and certification to the county will change depending on what that decision is. That is all I have today. So I would be open for questions, comments, concerns, especially anything additional that we can give you and where you're at as far as your comfort level, as far as the timeline goes. If you're ready to make those decisions and go straight to issues and options, or if you feel like you need some additional information at that July 11th study session.
So our actual discussion regarding our preference for a revenue neutral rate would be July 11th?
I would anticipate that Mike might have a different opinion.
You're welcome to discuss it today, but
Yeah.
we were trying to
Well,
block out.
I mean, I know how
We
I
figured
feel
this would
about
give you
it,
2
but-
weeks to think
but,
about it, and then you could have that discussion on the 11th. And
Yep.
the thing that would be helpful is any questions or additional information you would like at that time. If you either know that now, or you can let us know between now and then.
And will
Be
you
sure
be
to
ready to
provide
make
it.
that decision on July 11th? Or do we need to push that actual decision to the 18th?
I'm ready to decide now, but
Well, I
that's
could,
just me.
I could
but-
offer my opinion. I think we do need to exceed the R&R. I'm not in favor of raising the mill in any way, but I think the discussion's going to be where in
Where
that
it
gap
goes.
there it is. And my opinion, staff should be prepared to go that process.
I mean, I agree. I mean, we're just taking ourselves a hole 2 or 3 years from now if we don't exceed it. Any other time, if your property value goes up, your tax goes up, people expect that, and they figure, they'll get it back when they sell the house or take out a second mortgage. And I don't know why we think running a city is going to be any different from keeping a house up. Expenses are going to go up, inflation's going to go up, we'll get more people living in the city. I mean, I'm just not sure how state expected cities to function on what amounts to less and less money each year when you add in inflation. But I agree, I mean, there may be wiggle room in how much.
Yeah, I think we can make our best guesses about inflation and where the sales tax will go, but in order to put our house in order to the degree the staff suggested, at least for some of those new positions that we have, and we're going to probably have to go beyond the R&R, in my opinion.
And my concern that I discussed with Debbie previously, that with all the expansion and growth that we're seeing and anticipating, we should be able to recover some of that property tax revenue without everyone else's taxes going up. So,
You don't have to, but if you want to.
The way you explained it to me, that we would have to exceed the revenue neutral.
That's correct. In order to capture the growth that the city of Salina is seeing, we would have to exceed the revenue neutral rate to capture that property tax. Because today, we're set on whatever revenue we collected last year is what we're going to be allowed under the revenue neutral rate to collect this year. And that number's not going to change. That property tax value number is not going to change until we go over the revenue neutral rate,
Yeah.
if that makes sense.
And my thought was, if we were really going to grow out into the future, we can't just stay neutral.
Right.
You can wait till 11th if you want.
My opinion mirrors Commissioner Ryan's, and, full disclosure, I'm a property manager and real estate investor, and so raising property tax affects my business more so than maybe most. That being said, I kind of look at this as like the city's a business, and our costs are going up. And like any business, costs get transferred to the consumer or the client. And I don't see this as any different. I don't think we have a choice. It's the smart move. We just need to find a happy medium that works for everybody.
Well, that's only 4/5 of the commission.
We can
but-
dial in on July 11th, but have a sense of where you're headed, and we can pick up that conversation on the 11th.
All right, we got a 3-minute break. See you back at 4 o'clock.
Unless it's on public comment.
Thanks, Deb. All right, it's a minute or two after 4 o'clock. We will start the June 27th, 2022 Salina City Commission meeting. Ask the city clerk if the Kansas Open Meeting Act required notice has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May I have roll call, please?
Mayor Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick, Commissioner Linkowitz,
Here.
Commissioner Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Ryan.
Here.
All right, if you're able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silence. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I guess today we're going to just jump straight into business with public hearing 4.1.
Item 4.1, public hearing, ordinance number 22-11118. 4.1A, conduct public hearing. 4.1B, approve ordinance number 22-11118 on first reading, de-annexing that portion of the Chicago addition lying west of the relocated Dry Creek Channel.
Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't see. Mr. Andrew?
This public hearing was postponed on June 13th to today's date, and our recommendation would be not to open the public hearing, but to postpone the public hearing further down the road. I might need some guidance from others as to what that appropriate date might be, but the appropriate action would be to postpone the hearing on this, and we would need to have a date to which you are postponing it to. I don't know if that would be the 11th, if that would be enough time, or
Yeah, it's 2 weeks out, and this is at the request and consent of the applicant?
this is at the request of the applicant to postpone the hearing, but they didn't specify a date or request a date. They just request a postponement that we not conduct the hearing today.
I think with the 4th of July being a holiday, the next available date is 2 weeks out. I think that seems appropriate.
Yeah, so our recommendation would be to consider a motion that would postpone the public hearing on this petition to your July 11th meeting date.
Can we combine that, 4.1 and 1 and A and B as one item, or do we need to take them separately?
Good question. I'll defer to city attorney.
Sorry, the city attorney is getting his agenda to come up, so.
4.1 is conducting the hearing, and 4A, and 4.1B is approving
The
the ordinance.
consideration of the
It's
ordinance.
the subject of the hearing.
Yes, that would be appropriate to combine those. So,
Mayor, I'll move we postpone until the July 11th, 2022 meeting, the items 4.1A and 4.1B.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to postpone to July 11th, public hearing, ordinance number 22-11118. All in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just so that public, Commissioner Hoppick is not here, nor is he online. Is that correct? Maybe we should make that a question. Is he? He's
Correct.
not online. Okay,
He is not at the moment.
thank you. All right, 4.2.
Item 4.2, public hearing, ordinance number 22-11123. 4.2A, conduct public hearing. 4.2B, approve ordinance number 22-11123, establishing a rural housing incentive district within the city and adopting a plan for the development of housing and public facilities in such district and making certain findings in conjunction therewith.
Ms. Driscoll.
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Hi there.
Okay. So on March 28th, 2022, the Salina City Commission adopted a resolution 22-8023, making certain findings
that we had a tract of land that was eligible for an RHID, which is a Rural Housing Incentive District. We took that resolution and submitted that to the Department of Commerce, as per state statute describes this very distinct process. And Commerce came back to us on April 14, 2022, noting that they agreed with the Commission's assessment that this land and the need for housing in Salina concurred with the goals and objectives of state statute, and that allowed us to proceed in this process. Following that approval from Commerce, on May 23rd, 2022, the City Commission adopted Resolution 22-8050 that set a public hearing date and time for consideration of the formation of a rural housing district as described in previous resolutions. The area that is being considered today is known as the Aero Plains subdivision. It's a 53.26 acre parcel on south of West Magnolia Road and west of I-135. The site has been annexed into the city limits, and the preliminary plat and zoning have both been approved by the Planning Commission. Following action on the final plat by the Planning Commission, a second reading for the zoning request will come in front of the body when you also go to address acceptance of right-of-ways for that subdivision. Final plat submittal has been submitted as of Friday, I believe. So just as this went out the door, we got final plat for that property. Application to rezone the property is for an R2, which allows townhome development. Previously, as this was not in the city, it was recognized as agricultural land. The landowners have obtained commitment for access through Salina Airport Authority property. It is kind of a unique property, kind of nestled in by Dry Creek. The property has been proposed and approved for preliminary platting that will also allow for a second emergency access road that would go over the levee. This is temporary for phase 1 of the project. As phase 2 continues, a permanent emergency access or secondary component would need to be constructed. Staff, along with the property owner, did some more research. There is a levee on the south end of the property. The question was, what is the necessity of this levee? Further engineering determined, in fact, the Foxborough levee is an old DOD levee that is not accredited, so it was not used in calculating our current flood maps. And if the property owners chose to someday go forward and try and do a road through that component, that would be an option. It's not necessary and wouldn't meet the full requirements of our design standards for a secondary exit. That secondary exit needs to be a certain distance from the original exit. So it could be used, though, as a third entrance point if that helped with traffic flow and other things, but that would be a completely separate action. But I bring that up because that levee has been part of this conversation. The project is being proposed by Building Kansas LLC, a group comprised of local developers, including Derek Lee and Lance Cochran. The project's total build-out is 169 lots, each of those having 2 townhomes on them, therefore a total build-out of 338 units. This first phase that's being proposed would have 75 lots, which means 150 units, and then would move forward on that second phase after completing these. This is what the developer felt that they could do within 3 years, which is what our housing policy indicates. If you're going to use either RHID or IRBs for housing, you need to complete within 3 years. The total project cost is $37.5 million. The developer is hoping for a 6 to 12% rate of return on investment that includes RHID incentives from the city and potential awarding of a $400,000 Moderate Income Housing Grant, or MIH, from a state program. The applicant is also requesting a waiver of building permit fees for 150 units, in addition to our support for their MIH application. These items will be brought forward at a later time. MIH applications for the 2022 funding year have not been made available yet. So like we did with our previous RHID, we'll bring the fee waiver and the MIH application forward together. The RHID term being requested here is 25 years and 100% property tax abatement. If you look at our housing policy, we have that scoring matrix. If you go through the scoring matrix, that determines whether you're eligible for a certain amount of time and a certain percentage. As you can see from the staff report, this property is eligible for 25 years and that 100% as they requested. A development plan and development agreement are 2 of the foundational documents to moving forward with this, along with the ordinance tonight that would recognize the action that you take following the public hearing. The development plan is required by state statute and really lays out what the project is, what it will be constructed, and what it will look like, and that is part of the information that needs to be available to the public as part of this process. The development agreement is really the contractual agreement between the city and the developer, explaining how they will go forward with this incentive and what milestones, what quality of construction, size of units, and those types of things, and how they'll be dealt with. The development agreement, along with the development plan, have been available in the clerk's office since May 23rd, 2022, as required by state statute. We also noted in our previous staff report, when we requested the public hearing, that Exhibit J and Exhibit K both required further information. Exhibit J was the fire marshal approved safety plan. That plan has now been approved. That was noted in the exhibits provided in the packet. An additional exhibit was a funding agreement between the county and this project, and we had provided that previously in a different project because there are ARPA monies available, and the county did choose to use ARPA funding as part of the Southview Estate project, which you approved in late 2021, October, I believe. That was still on the table and still being discussed by the county when we talked about this in May, but they have since identified that they will not be using ARPA funding in this. So that funding agreement is just not part of this packet. So that is a change. Lastly, I'm going to highlight something that hasn't changed, but it's something a little different. We had talked about Exhibit L, which is now K because we got rid of the funding agreement. Exhibit K is something we did not see in the Southview Estates RHID, and that is basically an exhibit that speaks to Section 6.4, which is remedies. And due to the fairly turbulent market right now related to changes in interest rate, also logistics related to not only materials but also labor, the developers have asked that if there are significant market changes, and Exhibit K identifies kind of some milestones for where that change is, if it exceeds these certain numbers, it basically triggers kind of a point in which the developer can say, we're good. Either we want completely out or we need to come back to the table to renegotiate, because what we went into this with has changed so much that we can't possibly meet our original obligations. There are some other clauses within remedies that deal with kind of more immediate issues that could be adjusted. For instance, if one of their milestones, we've had problems with transformers lately. If a transformer is holding up the project, that one issue can be dealt with through remedies, but it's not a full project stop. The Exhibit K is really if everything just kind of flips on itself, and we need to have a conversation about the whole big picture, not just one component. So that is something different from our previous RHID. That's probably a good time to note this is the second RHID the city has done. So moving into our current request, pursuant the action you took in March, we have advertised for the public hearing in which we are holding, and we are asking that you consider Ordinance 22-11123, which authorizes the formation of a RHID and authorizes execution of the attached agreements. But before doing that, we need to hold the official public hearing as required by state statute. There are some very distinct timelines in this project. The agreement that has been drafted and is in front of you, the project will commence construction 120 days after the expiration of the 30-day protest period from the date of the public hearing. So that's a very distinct feature of the RHID, is once we hold the public hearing, 30 days following that, if either the county or the school district were to make a formal protest, basically your action on the ordinance, whether positive or negative, would basically void itself out. So they have a very distinct say in this. We have been communicating with the county and the school district in an attempt to make them aware of this. At this time, I have no formal protest that they have submitted and have not indicated either verbally or in writing. But they do have that right following the 30 days of the public hearing to lodge a protest. I'm not going to get into some of the details that are in the staff report, just related to that matrix breakdown, which is in here, but that is really what qualifies. They come out at 8 points, and that's based on cost of units, number of units, those units' nearness to associated services, available infrastructure, and things like that. That was set up in our housing policy to help the body kind of narrow down in and really incentivize the things that mattered to us most, and we're actually achieving the goals identified in the housing plan. So this project does meet not only the initial criteria, but the scoring criteria to receive 8 points, which qualifies them for up to 25 years of tax allocation and 100% support. There is no direct fiscal cost associated with the adoption of the ordinance, and that's 22-11123, or the formation of the RHID district, but the creation and administration expenses are taken care of by Aeroplane. So, working with bond counsel and stuff like that is taken care of by them. But once the district is formed, it will capture an incremental increase in property taxes created by the new housing development. The capture period, as I mentioned, would be 25 years, 100%. In your packet, there is an Excel spreadsheet. I tried to get it onto one page with slightly bigger numbers than last time. But what you should note from here is they're asking for that 25 years, 100%, but based on assumptions made by bond counsel and our current mill rates, it shouldn't take 25 years. It's probably somewhere between 16 and 17 years if you look through that sheet. And remember, it's only eligible expenses. So that's not vertical construction in RHID, it's land prep and it's infrastructure and some acquisition. So their total eligible expenses are $6,915,764. Based on what we've got, they should be done between 16 and 17. One of the things about RHID that's different too, because it's an increment capture, if their value exceeds what we're predicting here, it could actually end sooner. Now, the opposite is true. If the assumptions we are making here, something changes in the market and things slow down, then it may take longer. So that is why the applicant has chosen to stay with their full request of 25 years, 100%, based just on some of the things we're seeing in the market at the moment. But those numbers are identified there in that fiscal report. So you have two actions in front of you today. Staff is requesting that you hold a public hearing. That would require you to open the public hearing, to conduct that, and then formally close it. Following that, we would recommend that you take action on Ordinance 22-11123. By approving that ordinance, you would move forward with this item. You may also choose to approve this with amendments that you deem appropriate, or postpone consideration for a specified date and time with direction to staff on how we may choose to move forward differently, or vote to deny the ordinance and provide additional direction to staff on how you would like us to proceed. I will note, and we didn't really mention this in the first RHID that we did, but RHIDs are slightly unique in the fact that they only take one meeting. There is a specification within city code. Typically an ordinance takes 2 meetings, right? So there's a specification in city code that is under section 1-5.1 about the consideration of an ordinance, and it gives specific exemptions of when that 2-meeting criteria doesn't have to happen. And one of those is where state statute provides a different procedure for passage of an ordinance for a specific purpose. So this is that example. There's a very distinct process outlined in state statute, and part of that is basically this whole hold your public hearing, act on the ordinance, 30-day component basically says from the moment you do the public hearing, actually it's not even worried about your action on the ordinance. From the moment the public hearing happens is when that 30-day begins. So they're not considering that 2-meeting situation. So both bond counsel and our own legal counsel have concurred that 1 meeting is the identified process for an RHID. I just want to make that clear in case somebody was kind of looking at that going, why isn't it back in front of us? So this is a little different than your average thing, but because it has this very prescribed process, I think we also feel comfortable, the whole 2-meeting purpose is to make sure the public is aware. this process has an exceptional amount of notification. Not only do we advertise the intended public hearing date, we have a meeting to notify the public of that meeting date. We advertise twice over 30 days, and we mail certified notifications both to the county, to the school district, and to the city's planning commission, notifying them of this public hearing. So that true intention of public notification is met definitely in this process. So with that, I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
One question I'm embarrassed to ask. Do the commissioners' questions compose part of the public hearing? I just cannot remember. And my cheat sheet's too far into here to go look it up.
I think the best course of action, Mayor, is to simply allow the full discussion to occur, both public input and the governing body's discussion before closing the hearing, particularly in this case, given the significance of closing the hearing. So,
All right, we will now then open the public hearing on ordinance number 22-11123. And I would start with any questions, comments from the commissioners.
None here.
Commissioner Longbach?
Yeah, I do have one, Mr. Driscoll. Looking at the cost and the square footage of the house, the townhome, are we really going to build a 1,668 square foot house for $250,000?
That is what the developer has indicated. Yes, that is unit type A, is 3 bedrooms, 3 bath.
And that's doable today?
That is what the
That's doable.
applicant has prescribed. I think they're best to answer that, Mr. Mayor. But from what staff has been provided, yes, they feel that that is a number that they can reach.
Okay, what I'll do is just compile a list of questions for the applicant. That way
Got it.
won't have to come up.
And part of the
Anytime.
point of RHID is the taxes, the incremental taxes that would otherwise be paid are helping offset some of their development costs. So much like Ms. Driscoll, need to defer to them in terms of the accuracy of their math, but the premise is this incentive is helping offset development costs to keep housing costs down.
The access road, I was out there and drove in there. Tell me if I got the right road, that it goes into the Smoky Hill construction lot, and on the south side is the concrete plant.
Around there. The map should be in your packet.
Yeah, and that
So
wasn't
are you
very
just trying to verify its location?
Yeah.
I mean, the Planning Commission has acted on that access, and it's recognized, there's a written letter from the Airport Authority Board recognizing and allowing that access. And it's probably one of those things that's best shown in pictures. Staff would happily provide the commission with greater detail about that access road. I mean, probably a plat, and it's not even a road yet. It's platted access.
Okay. I might not have the right location.
Yeah, I believe it's south of the storage units, and there's a brick building there that's has an entrance drive.
South of the
I
storage.
see the deputy manager at work. Is it likely we'll have a picture up in a second? Okay.
Is there concern from the commission?
I was just trying to picture it.
Okay.
And wondering at what point Foxborough could be just connected to that neighborhood rather than an emergency access.
Well, what I need to point out, though, is our design standards require that for that secondary access, it has to be 1/2 the length of the subdivision. So even if you had Foxborough as an access road, it doesn't alleviate that design issue. So if you're a developer and you're going to spend money putting another road entrance point in, you're probably going to do it on the end of the property where Phase 2 is, because that's going to get you the true and legal secondary access. This could be great onto Foxborough for traffic circulation, but we also have to think about what Foxborough residents may think of that. It's if you come into that road, that's an entirely separate action where you have to advertise to those folks that a road could be going through there, and it definitely changes the dynamics of that. Where an emergency access road is truly just for that. It's an emergency. It's gated. If fire trucks need to get in there or an ambulance, it can get in there. So it would change traffic impact onto Foxborough, but still wouldn't resolve the secondary access requirement by the subdivision
So
design guidelines.
on the screen is their rendering. The Lindbergh Lane is the entrance point. The building just north is the Smoky Hill Vineyards and Winery, and then the storage units are to the north of that.
Okay, no, I didn't go far enough south then.
Okay,
That's all I had.
all right. Commissioner Lankovitz?
No questions.
Just about the remedies, are there any pitfalls for the city as far as getting a call and saying, wow, this just isn't working? And second part of that question, does that then interrupt the tax abatement?
So it's actually easier for me to answer the second one
First, okay.
first, is it's pay as you go. So if they choose to just cease where they're at and they've put more money into that and they choose to cease, they will stop collecting, which is actually let's say they spend $1 million, they've only collected $500,000. Well, if they choose to exercise the remedy through Exhibit K, it's just going to stop. And so they'd be out a $500,000, even though there's $1 million of infrastructure in. But it means they've come to such a point in the project and the economics have flipped so much around that they'd rather lose a $500,000 than try and keep going forward.
So does our 25-year clock keep ticking?
No, if they choose to exercise that, it all comes to a stop, and we basically have to come back to the development agreement with the developer and either fully terminate the development agreement, and that would basically stop everything, including that 25 years. Or if for some reason, I don't know, it's so hard to predict unforeseen things, but let's say something happens and they're like, if we had another 2 years, we might be able to do something. I don't know, we might negotiate to that. It's hard to guess, but typically if you're exercising the components under Exhibit K, you're willing to lose money to stop losing more money in the long run. So it's a pretty extreme clause, but it is there.
Yeah, and I would add, there's actually multiple remedy scenarios.
Yes.
The Exhibit K is the one that was added, but I think there is the possibility that a partial milestone could be met and some eligible expenses could be incurred, and just depending on the scenario, there might be some of that increment that continues to be rebated, but they're always, in every scenario I can think of, they're going to be behind in terms of not meeting the full milestones, not being eligible for the full reimbursement, and most likely having spent more and invested more in the front end than they get reimbursed unless they're able to carry out the entire plan.
All right, thank you. And as far as the cost to the city, I'm assuming there's a dollar value to the waiver of the building permits?
Yes.
We're not spending it, but we're not, well, we are spending it in salaries and time, but it is technically, I guess, a cost-in-kind service.
It is a cost. I mean, it's something that if we waived building permit fees at a future date, that would be a cost that it would essentially be monies not brought into the city. I will tell you, no permit ever pays for itself, but as far as staff time and resources, but those funds would not be collected.
Right. All right. I'm sorry, who's representing the applicant?
I believe Mr. Hobby is here
there
and the developers, Derek Lee and Lance Cochran.
Good afternoon.
You probably have remembered the first question that was asked about
As
the
far
cost.
as building one of those at that price point, One of the other RHIDs we've completed is in Lynchburg, Kansas. We've built 16 of those products there, and we've sold them all at or under the price point we agreed to, which was a lower price point. Materials are higher now. But what we're moving forward with today is based on what we can buy materials for right now. So yes, we can go to market at $249, hopefully under, almost 1,700 square feet, 3-bedroom, 3-bathroom, 2-car garage, all the finishes and quality that we have put in the plans. As far as remedies go, if you want me to speak to that, obviously, you know, we, as developers, go out and are on the hook to spend millions of dollars to build the infrastructure. And if homes don't go up and get sold that generate incremental property tax to come back to us, we're simply out. So yeah, the catastrophic clauses put in would be truly a catastrophic scenario where it is the lesser loss we would be looking at to come back to the table. Nobody foresees that unless things go absolutely haywire from here. If the 1,200 jobs coming in didn't happen, for example, and we had a significant change in our economy, but nobody foresees that happening.
All right. Any other questions? All right. There may be some more questions from the public, so hang around for a few more minutes.
Sure.
Okay. Anyone from the public wish to come up to the podium, express their view, ask a question? Please, come on up and give your name to the city clerk.
I'm Tracy Sin. Is that man from Long MacArthur right there?
It is my day job, yes, it is.
And now you're into developing businesses and home and houses. Thank you, God, Mr. MacArthur. You got the right man.
Well, you're leaving with a character reference as well.
I don't know if I can top that one or not. I'm Mitch Robinson. I'm with the Salina Community Economic Development Organization. I'm here to speak in favor of the project. I heard their presentation a couple weeks ago at the County Commission meeting and have been following it during the course of development and their work with the Airport Authority and on the road access and several other things. So this, again, is part of the effort that you all approved, the use of the RHIDs and the RBs to help move forward our housing issue we have here in Salina. And I think this is another one of those we can make a check mark on. Okay, we proved it by having these incentives that are able to make some of these projects come together. So we're in support of it and feel like, those jobs, as far as we know, it's going to take a dramatic change in the economy to keep them from coming to Salina. But we're excited about the housing. The companies that are building, investing in the community are excited about the housing that the city's worked with to bring to the community. So,
Thank you. Anyone else? Is there anyone online? No one online? All right. All right, hearing no one else, I will close the public hearing and ask if there's any action to be taken by this commission.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 22-11123.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11123, and I'm assuming, since there is no second, we can just do this by voice vote.
That would be fine, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. We will now move to the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of June 13th, 2022. Item 5.2, award the bid for project number 22008, 2022 street markings to Twin Traffic Marking Corporation of Kansas City, Kansas, in the amount of $54,797.60, with a 5% construction contingency for a total project authorization not to exceed $57,537.48, and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Twin Traffic Marking Corporation of Kansas City, Kansas, upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents. Item 5.3, approve ordinance number 22-11119 on first reading, approving the Feast on the Fae as a special event and authorizing the consumption of alcoholic liquor within the boundaries of barricaded public areas at such event.
So, Mayor, it's not very often that the city manager asks for items to be taken off the consent agenda, but I would like to request both 5.2 and 5.3 come off. I can explain each as we get to them.
Consider it done. Any,
Mayor, I move we approve 5.1, the approval of the minutes of June 13th, 2022.
I'll second that.
okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of our last meeting. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
So as it relates to 5.2, I think we have some late-breaking news that changes those numbers a little bit. I'm looking to the back of the room, either Jim Teutsch, Public Works Director, or City Engineer Dan Stack can update you.
Okay. Late breaking news on costs. of
Correct.
sheriff.
That's the only news I know, unless you know of other news.
Well, and I guess
What- If it helps, I can give some lead in.
Same. Yeah, I
We
mean-
had it pointed out to us, the intersection of Belmont and Ninth.
yeah, sure. Okay,
There's
I
a
see
need
what
for
you're saying.
striping, faded striping, and some traffic confusion with directional
Yes.
arrows and people not following the intended direction, which was not part of the
Right.
striping original scope. And as we add it to the scope, it exceeds the contingency. So we'd like to add that.
Yeah, we'd like to
item.
add that, which basically increases we thought if we could increase the contingency to 10%, that would cover it instead of the 5%. Basically, Belmont has it's a concrete road, which we have quite a few concrete roads in this project to remark the striping. Since we don't really overlay them or get to concrete roads very often, we have to periodically update just refresh the pavement markings. So as you'll see in this project, there's quite a few intersections, Magnolia and 9th, Schilling, let's see, North Street and Broadway. So there's some of the concrete intersections that we're remarking. And then the request for Belmont came in last week, and we feel like that would be a good one to add, but we just need a little more money to do it. So yeah, I guess the request from us now would be more for the 10% contingency instead of a 5% contingency on the motion.
Administratively, is it easier to just increase the project amount and keep the contingency? I'm assuming
If you
this
increase
uses up all the
project amount,
contingency.
We're kind of awarding that guaranteed amount to the contractor. If you increase the contingency, it gives staff a little bit more discretion to adapt to project circumstances.
So as long as there's no other contingency of note, then we're,
Well, yeah.
Well, there's almost always something, so.
Yeah, that's why we'd like to keep the 5 in case something else comes up, but if we have 5 more, it's about $2,500 to remark that area, so that felt like just an even 10% makes
So
it
that would
easy. Yeah,
easily
that still
cover
gives us a little bit of margin, which is good.
okay. Any questions? No? All right,
I have one.
sure.
Concerning bike lanes.
Yep.
And the bike sharrows, is any of that within this project?
It's not in this one, no.
I had read here that the bid amount was 3 to 4 times the amount on last year's due to the price of painting the arrows going up.
Yes, the arrows are very pricey this year for some reason.
Yeah.
That bid item is 3 to 4 times, but the project itself is not that, I don't believe.
And I think it bears noting that it was just kind of by happenstance that it doesn't include sharrows. There has been
Yeah.
some conversation on the part of the governing body whether you see the value in sharrows. Our comprehensive plan actually calls for them. So if we want to be more deliberate in terms of our policy going forward on sharrows, at a minimum, we need to take that up when we have a scope that includes them, or we need to go back and revisit our comp plan language in that regard.
I'm actually glad Commissioner Lombard brought that up. I've noticed that paint seems to, I don't know, doesn't evaporate, but just waste away, gets ground way faster than the other lane markings in there. several streets in which those are completely faded.
The Sharrows?
The Sharrows, yeah, and just the bike lane markings.
Yeah, the intent was to try to put them in an area where they don't drive over. Like a lane line is fairly decent. It doesn't get driven over a lot because it keeps people just don't drive on the lane line, whereas the Sharrows do seem to get driven on more. We had them near the curb before, which is where we expect the bicycles to ride. And then we ended up moving them out a ways to put them in kind of in the middle so the drivers see them and they don't drive over them as well, but I don't know if it really helped. They're right there, they just fade, and we just have to refresh them periodically.
Do you have an idea of how many of these streets have the Sharrows on them?
Well, like I said, in this project, this is mostly for concrete intersections, pavement marking on South Ohio. We don't have any Sharrows or bike lanes in this for this item, but for, you've already approved our microsurfacing projects, our mill and inlay, chip seal, and UBAS. All of those have plenty of new markings in them, and that's actually a fresh new mark of thermoplastic, which is different than paint. They typically last longer than the painted markings. And so I would say some of the ones, like just for example, Oakdale is one I see they're just practically gone. But that was an initial program where when we first started these Sharrows and the bike lane markings was paint. So ever since that time, we've tried to put with our asphalt projects, thermoplastic, which they're definitely more expensive, but they last longer, and most of those should still be there.
Do we
So
have any,
they're part of those projects, I guess you'd say.
is there any surveillance plan to see where we've lost the bike markings to put them, even if the surface doesn't have to be replaced?
Right.
Just because I know we have
Yep,
several
that's kind of
faded ones.
it's kind of an annual thing that we need to, in conjunction with this annual street marking, we can sure focus more on that. They're definitely not as, I mean, the bike group might say they're important, but they're not as important as maybe turn lanes and other things, so they do seem to get to the bottom periodically. We really only have about 50,000 a year for this program, so we may need to up it or figure out a way to come back to you with a better, more comprehensive plan on that if we want to keep doing Sharrows.
Right, well, if it's in our comp
The next
plan
question.
and we advertise ourselves as being a connected city, then we need to have them visible, I would think. But of course, I haven't seen the cost of them, but at least like to have the option of keeping them fresh. So there are none in this project?
They are not.
Okay. Right, any questions from the, or comments from the public?
So if it's helpful, in running the revised numbers, base amount stays $54,797.60. The 10% contingency is $5,479.76 for a total award of $60,000, or total authorization of $60,277.36.
I'm always amazed how you can get it down to the 36 cents. But, all right. Any action?
Mayor, I make a motion to approve the awarding the bid for project number 22008, 2222 street markings to Twin Traffic Marketing Corporation of Kansas City, Kansas. I'm just going to go with that total amount you gave me. With a 10% construction contingency for total project authorization not to exceed, and authorizing the city manager to execute a contract with Twin Traffic Marketing Corp. of Kansas City upon fulfillment of all prerequisites under the bid documents, not to exceed $60,277.36.
I'll second that.
Second. All right, been moved and seconded to approve the revised bid for project number 22008. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0. And, thank you. And 5.3.
Yeah, the second item is a recurring item, probably not all that newsworthy, but it does require an ordinance, and it was erroneously placed on the consent agenda when we can't pass ordinances by consent. So Dean Andrew is here if you'd like him to give a report. As I said, it's kind of a repeat of prior events, so
I'm glad it actually came up because I realized in the agenda, we didn't list the date. I was going to, at least before we approved it quickly, say it's going to be October 1st, 2022. So it gives you time to save up and buy your tickets.
As the city manager mentioned, the Feast on the Fae has been a recurring event. It first occurred in 2016, then occurred in 2018-19, skipped 2020, and took place again last year. All the events have taken place on South Santa Fe, but not always in the same block. This year, the event is scheduled for Saturday, October 1st, and it would be located in the 100 block of South Santa Fe. So the plan is to barricade Santa Fe, starting at Iron, and be barricaded through to Walnut. The actual area where serving and feasting will take place would be from Campbell Plaza on the north down to Walnut on the south. And you have a map of that in your packet. As the city manager mentioned, the state law was adjusted to allow these types of events to take place in the public street right-of-way, but it requires that they have to be approved by the local governing body by ordinance. So this ordinance has been brought to you for your consideration this afternoon, and I'd be open to any questions.
Any questions?
No questions.
Nope. All right. Any questions from the public? Questions or comments? Yeah, but please come up to the podium. Thank you. No, wait, wait till you get to the podium first, because no one can hear you. And give the city clerk your name, please.
Okay, in and outside the de-annexing, I didn't really quite understand that, in and outside the Kansas City pie.
Come a little closer to that microphone.
Okay, in and outside the de-annexing from Burma Road, or from Holmes Road to the Magnolia, in and outside, the other,
Yeah, this is, right now, it's about the Feast on the Fae.
the Feast on the Fae.
Right. Now, if it's an issue that's not on the agenda, that can be
Well,
brought up during citizens forum.
Well, I got ran over by a car.
Okay, but does that have anything to do with the Feast on the Fae?
And it happened around the Kansas City.
Okay, let's bring that up during citizens forum.
Okay.
All right,
All right.
thank you. Any comments, questions about this issue? All right, bring it back to the commission.
Mayor, I move we approve ordinance number 22-11119, approving the Feast on the Fae as a special event and authorizing the consumption of alcoholic liquor within the barricaded area proposed on South Santa Fe Avenue during the event.
I'll second that.
Can't hear? Read that one more, I couldn't hear you. Let me bring your microphone.
Is your microphone on?
Oh, am I off? Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
We'll try it again then. Sorry about that. Approve ordinance number 22-11119, approving the Feast on the Fae as a special event and authorizing the consumption of alcoholic liquor within the barricaded area proposed on South Santa Fe Avenue during the event.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11119 on first reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0, and this will be brought back on July 11th.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. All righty. 6.1 has been removed from the agenda. We will now go to 6.2.
Item 6.2, Wheat State Hospitality Transfer Agreement Amendment Request.
That would be me, Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This involves an amendment to a transferee agreement, and there's a lot of background that goes into kind of the history that led up to the redevelopment plans for the downtown, and then there's also quite a bit of specific history related to this particular location and the development of the adjoining plaza, Campbell Plaza. With your permission, I'm going to talk in generalities, and I would be happy to speak to any specific questions that you might have, but try not to bog down in all of those details. Attached to the staff report is a background summary that we've developed for this very purpose, recognizing that these type of conversations come up on a recurring basis. We've developed the Downtown Redevelopment Agreement Summary. It walks you through the history that led up to that. We have a master development agreement. We have a supplemental agreement. It makes provision about STAR bonds, community improvement district financing, tax increment financing, establishes a number of funds. So as I said in the overview in my staff report, there are about 4 primary funding tools that were utilized in the redevelopment of the downtown. There are 11 specific project elements that were identified at the outset as key elements that were negotiated into the terms of the agreement. There are approximately a dozen dedicated funds for coming from different sources and dedicated for different purposes, and the vast majority of the redevelopment elements are funded on a pay-as-you-go basis, meaning each one of those revenue sources has to perform, the funds have to be available, and then they're distributed without some obligation on the part of the city beyond that in the event that the numbers aren't hit. So in anticipation of future development, kind of trying to lay the groundwork for the possibility of various forms of development in the downtown. Funds were created for an apartment tax increment financing fund, new business TIF fund, a new retail improvement community improvement district fund, an existing retail improvement CID fund in particular. And so the transfer agreement is a transfer of rights and responsibilities of the master developer that are articulated when the city and the master developer, Salina 2020, entered into that original agreement. It was anticipated that on a project-by-project basis, those rights and responsibilities would be transferred to a transferee, a real unique terminology here, but it's all about the fact that it's transferring the rights and responsibilities to an individual party for an individual project. So on May 17th of 2021, the City Commission approved a transfer agreement with Wheat State Hospitality specific to the construction and development of the Prickly Pear Tex-Mex restaurant located at 123 South Santa Fe, adjoining Campbell Plaza on the north side. That was detailed in their application, and it initially had a completion date of September 1 of 2021, and it agreed to provide access to new retail improvement, community improvement district fund proceeds based on an award amount or a principal amount of $352,500, and it did provide for 5% annual interest. So on an annual basis then, assuming that the requirements of the agreement were met and that the funds were generated by the Community Improvement District allocation, there was an annual appropriation of $26,940 for the life of the CID that would then go to Wheat State Hospitality to account for the original amount and that interest rate. And then, as some of you may recall, there was a lot of discussion and deliberation and collaboration about Campbell Plaza and how it might be developed. So on September 13th of last year, the City Commission approved the first amendment to the Wheat State Hospitality Transfer Agreement, setting back the completion date from September 1st to May 1st of this year. So both the transfer agreements made provision for financial penalties if the dates weren't met, and all of our transfer agreement templates provide the opportunity for the transferee to provide a justification why they've not met the deadlines in this particular case and in the documentation that's attached. That would be Commissioner Hoppick. The other items that are attached to this report are the justifications or the explanation of the impact of COVID and supply chain issues impacting their date, which they now expect to be completed by July 31 of this year, so right around the corner. So recently, the master developer and the transferee, Wheat State Hospitality, approached me requesting a second amendment to the transfer agreement to account for cost overruns on the project. So the request is to amend the original amount of $352,500 to $516,250, changing that principal amount, and then along with that would be the 5% interest over the life of the years of the funding. And they noted that their project increased from $1,175,000 to $1,475,000, and that this increase would go from a 30% allocation of their total project cost to a 35% allocation. We had a conversation. I elected, rather than draft an agreement and present it to you as if it was presumed approved, that we create an opportunity for a conversation with you and the applicant about the project and the basis of the request. And then the staff could proceed as directed, as you direct. In the event that you agree with that or you provide some alternate direction, we would then prepare a transfer agreement for your further action. With respect to a fiscal note, as the attached documents note, all of these funds are generated by different resources. In this particular case, there was a community improvement district formed. Salina 2020 went to great effort to get countless signatures of the property owners in the downtown to get the community improvement district established in the first place. That levied a 1% sales tax above and beyond our base sales tax within the downtown district. And then the master development agreement provided those breakdowns that are shown in the summary of taking those community improvement district funds and allocating percentages of that revenue for different purposes, one of those being the new retail CID fund. So I say all that just to help provide some clarity that this is not coming out of the general fund, it's not coming out of the city's sales tax fund, nor is it increasing the CID sales tax rate or the amount of proceeds necessary. It is a pre-identified pot of funds, and Salina 2020 is the master developer is recommending an increased allocation out of that pot of funds to this particular project. I'll let them speak to the specifics of the project and answer any questions that you might have. The other thing that I've mentioned before but want to repeat is this is pay-as-you-go reimbursement. So the master development agreement, the transferee agreements all make it very clear that there is a priority order in terms of when the transferee agreements are entered into with a party, so they get priority, but on an annual basis, the revenue has to be generated by the CID to make the agreed upon payment. If it's not available, there's no added expectation that the city has to make that payment. If in that scenario, the agreements do contemplate if it ever catches up, if CID revenue catches up, there can be back payments, but the point is it's all from that one source, it's all pay as you go with no additional obligation on the part of the city to make up any shortfalls. So I think that is a brief overview. I fully expect that there may be questions about kind of the mechanics behind the master development agreement and those things that were put in place in the first place. I'd be happy to answer any of those questions. With respect to actions for your consideration, you could concur with the applicant's request and Salina 2020's recommendation and instruct staff to prepare an amendment from the $352,500 principal amount to the $516,250 amount. You could provide us direction to prepare a second amendment with some alternate scenarios or ultimate provisions that you might like or that you might recommend. Pursuant to discussion with Salina 2020, you could provide direction to prepare documents to use some other funding mechanism, whether that be additional community improvement district specific to this particular location, which is a possibility. I haven't really researched some of the other tools, but if you have interest there, we can pursue those. You could postpone consideration and indicate what additional information you'd like for your consideration. And you could vote to deny the applicant's request, which would leave that original commitment of the transfer agreement in place, but wouldn't instruct staff to prepare an additional item for your future action. As I noted, the master developer is Salina 2020. I'll defer to them to talk to you about all the other things that are going on and kind of their broader vision and all the efforts they've made to get to this point. But they have respectfully requested that you agree with option number one and authorize the increased funding amount. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Start with Commissioner Longbine.
Well, I had previously looked in the windows there and kind of given up hope on this project. But last week, I went in and took a personal tour of it, and I see that a lot of progress has been made. Is this July 31st opening date binding, or are we going to kick it down the road again?
Well, I'll defer to the applicants in terms of that date. This is not an amendment to that completion date. It actually would be on us if we wanted to pursue, remedies for missing that date. We need to initiate that, but I thought this was an opportunity to speak to kind of the delays they've faced, and so I'll defer to them to speak more specifically to that one.
All right. Commissioner Ryan?
Pay as you go is first come, first serve.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Lenko?
Just more of a comment on the location. And, let's face it, this reoccurring theme of costs going up on construction projects is not new to us. And I think the way that project's being implemented, it's going to change that area in a very good way. And it's already a fantastic block. And I think this is going to just add to that dynamic, especially with the outdoor eating. And I'm in favor of it.
Yeah, I have questions about the way the agreements run technically. In the new business TIF fund, monies are awarded in the order in which the transfer agreement was reached. Has there been any other project added on to that list since the original allocation to each state? And the reason I'm asking is I'd then want to know, if so, with this extra allocation, if it's approved, leapfrog those businesses that have agreements since then? Or would this money then just take, as a separate set of money, take its place in line?
Sorry, I need to turn my microphone on. That is a really good question, and it very well, provision can be made for that, but I don't believe we have a transferee that's come in between the first adoption of this particular agreement and today. But in the scenario that you raise, if, let's say hypothetically, we'd approved this one, another transferee agreement had come in, and then they made a request for additional funding, it'd be complicated, but we could make provision that round one is in priority order, the intervening transferees behind that, and then round two is behind that. But it's not necessary in this case because we don't have another.
Right, because if there's no one in, it probably doesn't make a difference. But if someone else had come in and your applicant said, no, I need $1 million after all, not 100,000, then anyone in line behind them is not going to probably get any money.
You raise a really good point. From an equity and prioritization standpoint, if we had those fact pattern, I think we would want to be sure to take that into account.
So I guess we could get a representative from the master developer to answer that question, if there have been any new agreements. And I'm blocking already. What question did you? Oh, right, thank you. Okay. Commissioner Hoppick, welcome. How are you doing?
Sorry for being late, guys. Thanks.
No problem. We're on 6.2, just in case you figured it. Okay.
Yep, I got it.
Is there I see several representatives. Is there?
Apologize, I
Designated
failed to recognize those are in the audience.
Okay.
So Tim Blake is with Wheat State Hospitality and Prickly Pear. Guy Walker and Larry Bridgum are both with Salina 2020, the master developers.
Mr. Walker,
Thank you. Yeah, Guy Walker, 500 Graves Boulevard. Thanks. I haven't had the opportunity to be in front of some of the commissioners, so I thought we could share a little bit of background, maybe more than we ordinarily would, and certainly answer any questions that you have. So Guy Walker, and then as Mike mentioned, Larry Bridgum's also here representing Salina 2020. And we're also the people that work with the individual business owners who decide to pursue incentives. You'd think we'd get a little bit better at the process, but we're still, kind of trying to figure it out as we go. But as Mike pointed out, the new business TIF and new retail CID were established specifically to incentivize additional investment in downtown Salina. We hoped that rather than the first part of the project being the end. We really hope that that would be the catalyst for a lot more to come, and we're fortunate that seems to be happening. There's definitely been, a lot of things that have come since the first big components were approved and since they've been opened. And also, I think as we, when I think back to the original agreements and working with the city of Salina and all the other stakeholders, we felt like given the challenging environment of an old downtown with old buildings and also just the challenges with operating a small business compared to large retail that's out south, we felt like there needed to be something. I think everybody agreed there needed to be something to really help businesses that are interested in locating in Salina while also having a TIF fund, or a CID fund established for existing businesses to be able to apply to if they felt like they needed to make improvements to remain competitive or something like that. So those things, as Mike mentioned, were established initially, and it's like, as he mentioned, he did a great job explaining that they're pay as you go. So there's no, there's no risk if the money's not there. The folks that applied don't get paid. And as Mike mentioned, there is a mechanism to catch up if that were the case. Fortunately, we're in a position right now that there's actually more money kind of building up in those accounts than there is being spent. So we felt that was another really, a good reason to come back for this project, which we feel is really important to the downtown. I think something else to point out is, in addition to the new businesses, that a portion of the downtown CID is also helping fund Salina Downtown Inc. and strengthening their ability to focus on maintenance, safety, and programming, which also we feel like is really an important part of the project. When you've got a big mall or a big retail environment, it's one owner. And so they obviously are looking out for the whole place's best interest. In downtown, it's hundreds of owners. And so it's really important to have one organization that's really focused, sole focus is on downtown. So we're encouraged that that money is helping that organization, and they seem to be doing a really great job. Obviously, completing the first phase of projects during a pandemic was not exactly ideal, but overall, we're pretty encouraged by the activity that's happened since. Obviously, the last of the original projects was the garage. It opened late last year. It's an incredible facility. 141 through 143 South Santa Fe was a total of 15,000 square feet of first floor retail space. And there's only 2,500 square feet left, and we have a prospective tenant that we're pretty confident is going to move forward, so that will fill that space, which is pretty exciting. The former UMB building, they've consolidated down to the first floor and renamed Hoffman. There's only one floor left to be leased there, and it's currently under construction. So that'll go from about 12 to 15 people to a total of probably 60 to 70 daytime office people total when that's done. The Yard baseball training facility that y'all are probably familiar with came later on. The Hive Salon and Spa. And then still to come this year, hopefully this year, the Prairieland Market is relocating into about 4,500 square feet of first floor retail space, which will significantly expand their offering. We have another potential retail tenant at 106 South Santa Fe, and then, of course, hopefully the Prickly Pear here very soon. And then we also believe there's a lot more to come. You've probably heard of the Salina Canvas project. That's a pretty exciting thing for downtown Salina. DG Market, or Dollar General, relocating from Santa Fe to Iron Street. Obviously, it was very unfortunate. The grocery store just was not going to make it. So, Blue Beacon kind of intentionally worked with Dollar General, thinking that it would probably improve their sales if they had a parking lot and obviously a much bigger facility. And it sounds like they're doing really, really well. And if you haven't been in, it's a nice store. It's got a lot of food in addition to the typical offering of a Dollar General. And then there's more, there's quite a few more buildings downtown that are, that will kind of take one step at a time and certainly need some reinvestment, like the former DVAC on the corner of Santa Fe and Walnut, but still be moving forward on those projects and kind of just taking them one at a time. And the project we're here for today is the Prickly Pear. We feel, I guess from Salina 2020's perspective, we just feel incredibly fortunate to have a local and experienced restaurateur interested in interested in a restaurant in downtown Salina. And it's unique in a couple of different ways. It's a unique food type for downtown. There's no Tex-Mex or Mexican food in downtown Salina. And also, as Commissioner Linkwitz mentioned, there's the outdoor space should just be incredibly unique. They've got programming possibilities, and it should be a really neat thing. Like Mike mentioned, they've experienced some of the same challenges, and I'll let Tim Blake share some of those. And as Mike was mentioning, it was initially approved for 30% of total project costs, and the current request is to increase that to 35% of the new total project costs. And just as a reminder, the development agreement calls for a cap of 50% of incentives, and so this is still well within kind of that limit. Seems like there was one more thing I was going to say. Well, as mentioned in the letter of support, I think it was important that this project, if you kind of, back in the development agreement, there's an exhibit that lists the goals and objectives for the project. And this, I think the prickly pear, literally, if you read it, it meets every single one of those objectives and goals. So we would respectfully request that you support the higher incentive amount. And like I said, I'll let Tim share some of the challenges they've had. He's much more well-versed in what they've faced.
Before you leave, do you know if any other transfer agreements have come after the prickly pear?
There have not been any. I think this is the most recent one. We have a few more in the works, but no, I don't think there's been one approved since the original approval of the $352,000.
Okay, none pending for which the amount they're going to ask is going to be make or break as far as...
The only ones that we're working on right now are
disclose
substantially smaller than this one, yeah,
okay.
quite a bit smaller.
Okay. Mr. Blake, thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Walker.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners.
Hi there.
Thank you for the time. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Obviously, the project's been a while in the works, as Mr. Gregg outlined earlier. So as far as the timeline, I think that's the biggest issue on everyone's mind is, we're in the home stretch here, and I welcome any one of you to come by anytime to look at the project. I'm happy to show you around and show you the progress that we have made. It's been one surprise after another through the process, and so we're hopefully here in the last few weeks, and we're finishing points of the project, and just still very much committed to turning out a first-rate project for downtown Salina.
Great. Any questions? Nope. Commissioner Hoppick, any questions?
I don't believe so at this time. Thank you.
All right. All right. Any questions, comments, concerns from the public? Come on up to the podium there.
I'm Tracy Sin. I've kind of looked into the 2020 guy. Come here, because I know who you are. Come here.
Well,
anyway, I'd like to introduce him to you. This is the late great son of Mr. Charlie Walker. The 2020 profile. Lately, I've been walking around downtown. I've noticed a lot of vacancy. A lot of people are moving in, moving out. What's the deal with that? Is it because the cost of prices hiking up? Or what's tell me, please, if I want to open up a business, say Tracy Clothing Line, how much will it cost me monthly to get my money back every month, including rent?
Well, you may have to negotiate the second half of that with them, but they may be able to address the first half of the question.
You're right, Dr. Trent. Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, I apologize.
All right.
Commissioners and Mayor Leslie Bishop, Salina Downtown. I would just like to add that Tim Blake and his Prickly Pear Restaurant, we are so excited that it's coming downtown. He is going to be a tremendous neighbor. He's already coordinated with our office on live entertainment at the new stage, Chiefs football being displayed outside, which is exciting for me. And he is going to be an active participant in what we are wanting to accomplish in Salina Downtown, be a vibrant, healthy community. So I am more than excited that we're getting closer and closer, and I can't wait for his establishment to be open. And if you haven't been inside, the progress is really going gangbusters. So thank you.
Thank you.
I would concur. There's a lot of 75-inch TV screens in there.
All right, we will bring this back for any action.
Mayor, I move.
Or actually, I'm sorry, we, at this point, simply need to give the city staff direction.
Sure, if you want to do that by way of motion, that'd be perfectly acceptable.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Mayor, I move concur with the applicant's request to amend the authorized new retail improvement CID fund proceeds from a principal amount of $352,500 to $516,250, and instruct staff to prepare a second amendment to the Wheat State Hospitality Transfer Agreement to authorize the funding increase.
I'll second that.
Been moved and seconded to concur with the applicant's request to amend the new retail improvement CID fund proceeds up from $352,500 to $516,250, and ask staff to prepare the second amendment for our approval. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Thanks for coming. And we will now move to 6.3.
Item 6.3, authorize the city manager to execute an agreement for preliminary engineering design services with WSP USA, Inc. for an amount not to exceed $248,714 for street improvements of West Magnolia Road from Centennial Road to Interstate 135.
Mr. Stack. Hey there.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. I usually just pull up a map. Jacob, can you pull up the maps for these? The next three, basically, just helps me to kind of talk about the project. This is a fairly unique project for us because it's kind of been the donut hole, kind of access to K-State Salina, the airport, Menards, and Aeroplanes is, if that, as you just talked about earlier, is in this vicinity, and hopefully some future development there around the Menards facility. So staff went out for a request for qualifications for a few engineering consultants, and we got quite a few back on this, interested consultants, and just basically this project, just to explain a little bit. Thank you, Jacob. I-35, Menards, with the city has got a improved 9th Street and Magnolia section up here to the interstate. There is a sidewalk over the interstate. I know it's something that the mayor has talked about a lot. We don't really have any pedestrian access past that. So west of I-35 there, those off-ramps, there's nothing, no way to access bicycles and pedestrians. Any other alternative transportation is pretty tough through there. It's a narrow road, really deep ditches. Half of, many thousands of acres south of Salina drain through this culvert here underneath the highway, go over here to Dry Creek, and then north. So that's an interceptor storm sewer that was rerouted in front of the Central Mall, and all that all the water coming from South Salina drains through here. So it's a massive drainage project on the north side of the road. The south side of the road here is the old Dry Creek channel, and it gets really close to the road right here. So it's not an easy solution to just go out there and widen that road. Another thing is that we have a railroad right here. It's a railroad crossing. And lastly, K-State Salina and just some businesses in that corner there. So the idea is it is a county road. The city maintains it, however, and it's something that is a partnership and just trying to work with our area, the county, the Schilling County, or the Airport Authority, the K-State Salina, City of Salina. A lot of us feel like we have a vested interest in trying to get this road improved, or at least start the process. So this project today, or this design today, is mostly just preliminary conceptual design. There are a lot of grant opportunities out there. We believe we have a chance at some KDOT economic development funding, or they have a lot of different pots. They have railroad money, they have hike and bike trail money, they have alternative transportation money, street dollars. So it just seems like with the amount of opportunities out there for grant funding, we really have to get something on paper instead of just a problem road that we know needs some work, but we're not sure where to go with it. So we felt like we need to get at least a preliminary design, a conceptual design, start the process with the railroad, start the process with the bridge. Oh yeah, this is a bridge right through here as well. It's a, you don't really notice it 'cause it's a massive box culvert, but it's a bridge length culvert. Get the process started so that hopefully we can at least apply for some grants or have some idea what costs might be and what a preliminary design would look like in that area for the future. So I did include the study session slides from this year, so you guys hopefully are familiar with, let's see, yeah, just kind of, we've requested funds for this road before. It's definitely, feel like it's worth upgrading at some point in the future. So staff went out to get proposals to qualifications to design the project. And WSP is an interesting, kind of a newer one for City of Salina. They have a Wichita office. Their main engineer is from Salina. And they've recently done quite a bit of work with City of Hayes and Ellis County for getting some raise grants. If you've been to Hayes lately, you'll see Vine Street is very much improved. Roundabouts and a lot of them. So it's actually works very well out there. And the City of Salina does not have a roundabout, so we felt like they're the best roundabout group around here that we feel like to help us. If we do have a preliminary design on this project at Virginia Drive, we're thinking of instead of a signal, a possible roundabout there. So it's just one of the things that they proposed and one of the things we're interested in to as a conceptual and a project to preliminary design a roundabout in that area. So we worked with WSP to get a scope and a fee together. $250,000 is a lot of money, but it is, this gets us to 30% design, and they help us to apply for grants. So we feel like they're very qualified and have recently been pretty instrumental in getting grants before. That was a big help on their proposal that they gave us, and we feel like they're the best for this job. The local office is in Wichita. So I guess in light of that, I'll answer questions.
Right. Start from the left.
More of just a comment. It's long overdue, and it would be nice to see more walkability and a bike trail to get to campus. It seems like a part of the town's kind of cordoned off.
Exactly. Yeah, it seems like very isolated out in the K-State Salina is, and Centennial Road isn't very well connected out there either. So it's just the old days of we built really wide, nice concrete roads with not a sidewalk anywhere. So it's just the old ways. We got to try to retrofit that and get them back in there.
Right. Commissioner Ryan?
Oh, I agree with Commissioner Linkowitz's comments, but personally, I hate roundabouts.
It's already starting, isn't it?
So there.
The community discussion. Yes, thank you.
I will second the passing on the roundabout. But it is long overdue to improve that road. And looking forward, I suppose the consultants will, when the project does take place, will it be shut down? Do you think?
What was your question?
When the project does get underway to improve that road and the bridge and everything, will that connection be closed?
That's a good question. That's one of the things we really need to look at. I'm not sure how to construct it without closing it, but probably have to figure out phases. We can't shut down Menards. It's their only access, so we have to figure out something to temporarily put in some pavement to get people to Agri Center as well as there. I think we can construct west of Agri Center, or Agri, I think that's the name of that business that's there on the corner. But there should be a way, hopefully, to keep access, but we may have to close. That's one thing we got to look at. That's a good point. Good question.
Commissioner Hoppett?
Yes, even without the new housing district, I think this is a project we need to look into. I'm going to disagree with a couple of the commissioners. I do like roundabouts, although I've been in Hayes recently, and I think they got a little carried away with their roundabouts, if you've been there. The $250,000, I continue to, every time we have an engineering study, I go through sticker shock. Sometimes I think I went into the wrong career, but I think it is what it is, and we do need to definitely move forward on this project.
All right. Any questions, comments from the public?
Good afternoon, John Blanchard, Salina. I'm going to go with Commissioner Hoppick on this one. I think not just that I like roundabouts, but they're actually safer, more efficient, and in this particular instance, it may be one of the few solutions that is viable because of concerns about stacking for cars and how close you are to the interstate off-ramps and so on, that your roundabout may be the only solution that you have available to you. And if it's even doable, there's a lot of logistical concerns there. One of the concerns is what happens with the overpass, and jurisdictionally, I mean, will there be, if there's an upgrade to the road, what requirements will there be for the overpass? Because it is, what, 2 lanes and a turn lane. But I guess we're going with a study. I wanted to just address the part of the staff report that dealt with sort of the background. If you read the staff report, the background says that we're doing this because we need housing. And it's pretty much the same as the next item, and if I run out of time here, I'll come up for the next item. When we're deciding, like, this is $250,000, but this is probably a $10 million road, and if we keep talking about inflation, that could easily be a $12 to $15 million project before how long? I like looking at the study. One of the things you might look at is, without spending $250, can you figure out immediately if the road's going to have to be closed and if there's going to be problems with Menard saying, you know, we'll go to court over that or something, without spending the $250. But I don't know, did any of you have the opportunity, I'm going to run out of time here, but I just want to ask you that when I read the background, I hear about all of this anecdotal evidence that we need all this, we need 550 units of housing every year and for the next 10 years or whatever. And are we reading any census data about our population and the actual numbers that are coming from the Census Bureau? I'll follow up on the next item because it's similar to this one. But the main question is, are we looking at data about population, or are we just relying on the whole, if we build it, they will come? So think about that, and I'll bring you some statistics at the next spot. But mark it on your calendar, Commissioner Hoppick, we agreed. Thanks.
Norman Mantle, Salina, Kansas. As the population increases, so will our problems increase. I've seen them roundabouts in Europe. I've been there. And they will stack up on you. So we just drove over the top of them.
Usually there's a statue there.
Well, having grown up in Washington, D.C., where there are 8 huge circles, that's where all your avenues, your diagonal streets connect. They work, but you have to know how to drive on them. You can't be timid. The ones here in Kansas tend to be rather small, but might need some driver education. But
I agree with that.
it does keep, because the one big problem you're going to have, you really don't want traffic stacking up at a red light coming off that interstate. But the reason we do the study is for the experts to sit down and figure all that out. They may come back and say, no in the world you can do it. But that far western part of town just really does seem kind of disconnected. So I think even without the housing, we probably want to look at it, but it's going to be hard to put the housing in without it. So the study certainly seems like a good idea to me. Any other comments? Any action to be taken by the commission?
Mayor, I move we approve the selection of WSP and authorize the city manager to execute the engineering services agreement with WSP for the Magnolia Road improvements in the amount not to exceed $248,714.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and, excuse me, and seconded to approve the selection of WSP and authorize the city manager to execute the engineering services agreement with WSP for the Magnolia Road improvements. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any?
Aye.
All right. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, and we can move to 6.4.
Excuse me, item 6.4, authorize the city manager to execute an agreement for preliminary engineering design services with H.W. Lochner, Inc. for an amount not to exceed $250,000 for street improvements of Holmes Road from Country Club Road to Magnolia Road.
Thank you,
Back
Mayor and
on,
Commissioners. I'll be here for this one and one more item. This is a similar request, just different part of town, maybe different idea. It's a 3-mile section of Holmes Road from Magnolia to Country Club. And most recently, I'd say, well, tonight you'll have, I don't know if it's tonight, you're going to have, I think you do have a zoning request tonight for this. Yeah, you do. It's Magnolia Hills Estates has moved to their next plat, hits Holmes Road. They own some property around there as well. So they're the most ambitious. Right out here, let's see if I can get to the right spot. Yeah, it looks like it's, let's see, there's Markley. Is that Markley? Oh, it's right there. There we go. Okay. Yes. Thank you, Jacob. I think of the different developments that are out there now. I guess I can see them a little bit, but this is Magnolia Hills Estates. Thanks, Jacob. There's a lot of larger lots here. Wheatland Valley is here, and he owns this property to go to Holmes as well. And as you move north around Cloud, there's some existing houses here. And then development opportunity here. Todd Welsh's Pheasant Ridge is here, and Darvin Dent's development is here that tried years ago to complete and just couldn't get synergy at that time. And then Country Club Road's up here, whereas we're pretty close with the different developments there. I can't remember the name of those, that retirement home there. But anyway, that kind of gives you an idea of the corridor, and it's just the Interceptor sewer line runs through here, which is it's the largest, one of a very large sewer line that we have, and not a lot of times is the actual sewer line that available in a greenfield like this. So it's still takes a little tough to get over there for some of these developments, but at least there is a sewer line there, and so that area has been ripe for development as far as our comprehensive plan for quite a while. So in looking at that, I believe this is another project that we asked for some funding for from the state not too long ago, as well as just, we know the houses are going to get built out here. We feel like this is the place that Salina is growing. If it's a greenfield housing development, this is the place to be. So when you look at Holmes Road, this one isn't even paved. So it's gravel road, so it's not even as far along as West Magnolia is. And it's just something that we feel like we need to, if we're going to either try to do something with it, pave it, get funds for it in the future. This was another one we need to preliminarily look at for design. Not as many challenges with, bridges, railroads. That does not exist out here. I think the biggest challenge is just it's a long section, and which one's going to be the first section to develop first. Seems like the southern portion there near Magnolia is probably ahead of everyone, but you never know when Crawford and Holmes is going to come in with a development at this point, or north of Country Club as well. So went out for proposal or request for qualifications on this as well. And Lochner is a firm that was had the best proposal on this. One of their angles on this was trying to figure out a way to make an interim design, which is our interim standard is asphalting a road but not really doing curbs and gutters and some of the underground storm sewer and those kind of amenities. Our interim standard does still have a sidewalk, so that's a good thing. We have to figure out a way to put some connectivity out here, make the lanes wide enough for interim standard for either bicycles or bus routes or whatever we need to do there, looking at the transportation. But their proposal or qualifications statement talked a lot about trying to make a road, a ditch road, but then not have to blow the whole thing away to put curbs on it. So it's just something that we're pretty interested in trying to figure out. We really want to come up with a conceptual design that interim road could be out there for 20 or 30 years, depending on development. So it's could be a while before we really need curbs and gutters and spend another many millions of dollars on the road. But it'd be nice if you could make some kind of a design now that would allow you to put either not have to do near as much work in the future. So that's the idea behind their qualification statement, and something we were very, very interested in. That's why they were chosen. They have a lot of experience in Salina storm drainage as well, road improvements. They're currently working on Centennial for us and have, a lot of, they have the capacity to do it. That's the other thing is we have kind of a September 15th deadline for grant funding for the first federal grant opportunity. So September 15th was one of the dates that we put in these proposals, and so a lot of people aren't sitting around waiting for work right now, so it's not easy to find somebody to drop what they're doing and work on it. And these guys said they could meet that schedule. Now, I don't know if we're gonna be able to submit on anything at that point. We're still working through how to submit for the grant. And I guess just a little aside, this kind of relates to West Magnolia as well, but there's a Kansas Infrastructure Summit, middle of July. As all these grants have been rolling out, the state's going to do an infrastructure summit on how these grants are going to work and what the opportunities are. So it's something that's kind of evolving as we go. We know there's a deadline of September 15th. What you can submit for that, we're not really sure yet, but at least we're going to hopefully get something on paper, some estimates, preliminary design, conceptual looks, what is this road going to look like. So that's what's in this $250,000 proposal or agreement with Lochner. And yes, these actually were more expensive before, but we felt like at this point, we don't have construction funding. We just really need to have, to be able to fit them into a budget cycle this year. We really need to be able to get something started, but not really go full design, full right-of-way plans at this point, but at least we can get something on paper. And then if we are, if the grant funding is an option that we actually get or need to do more for that, then we'll approach that later. But right now, this is just preliminary design. In-house survey, I will say that we've surveyed it already in-house, as well as West Magnolia, so that helps fast-track it as well. They can pretty much hit the ground running if this is approved today. And we have a couple months to get something going here. So that's a little bit of an aside on John or Blanchard's questions as well. Yeah, these are straight. The background on this is straight from some of our grant requests recently to the state back in February. So we've kind of pulled the same verbiage back on the background for both these projects. We believe have some merit for helping build housing in the community, but they are expensive to get some preliminary design on. So I'm ready for questions on this one as well.
All right. Commissioner Hoppeck, I'll let you go first there if you have any questions.
Okay, let me get my microphone turned on there. A couple of things. It mentions 5-foot shoulders. Is that how Markley Road is? Do we have 5-foot shoulders on Markley currently?
No, I wish we did. That would be helpful if we did, but we're trying to.
So there's no shoulders on Markley.
Nope, there is not.
It also talked in there about a 5-foot sidewalk and a 10-foot wide multi-trail. Will those be on opposite sides of the street, or will those both be entered or be done initially?
Opposite sides of the street, yes. And we're trying to just have them do a conceptual design to show where those would go if we could build those at the time. So yeah, we feel like the hike and bike trail would probably be on the west side, which is where most of the housing is going to be. But it has to fit, and we have to be able to figure out how to make it work. And the sidewalk would be on the east side.
Yeah, because it appears that the sidewalk would be for future development, because that would be on the side of the road where there would be no homes.
Correct.
You talked about on the blue sheet, it stated some areas requiring an urban section built with curb and gutter. Are you just saying that that's a potential, or is that something you see happening immediately?
It's a good question because some of the housing out there it isn't greenfield development, it's not farm ground. So they're along, like I said, along Clouds, just north of Cloud Street on the west side. Those look to be just properties with driveways right out to the road. So it wouldn't seem like we would really need to do a ditch section there if they are really, that those driveways are set, the properties are established, redevelopment isn't probably imminent in those areas, then we could build a section that's very much ready for curb and gutter at that time.
Yeah, I would think curb and gutter would be something we'd look at in the future, because curb and gutter is based on traffic count. It would seem to me like we'd be quite a ways away from having the traffic count that would require full curb and gutter on Holmes Road.
Yep, that's true.
Okay, that's all. Only comments I had at this time.
Commissioner Lenkowitz,
No questions.
Commissioner Ryan,
None.
Commissioner Longbine.
Is Holmes Road the city limits boundary?
Yes, and it's actually not even the city limits in some places where it's pure county road. North of the half-mile mark north of Magnolia is pure county all the way to Country Club, or all the way to Crawford. Not even sure where it's, that's a good question, but the map would show it, but yeah, it's mostly a county road.
Okay, so has county weighed in on this?
They have, we've met with them on this as well, and they have some interest in any kind of grant funding as well to try to upgrade these roads. So the grants are definitely geared towards partnerships, and the county would be a big partner in us trying to get any grant funding for this at all.
How much?
Big partner in the form of moral support, not necessarily.
Yeah, I didn't want to say they haven't said any money yet, but I was trying to leave that to our city manager.
I should say, the county administrator, we had a conversation. He did approach the county commission. I think there's receptivity to providing some funding towards design, but minor. In the overall scheme of things, by way of policy as well as our interlocal agreement with the county, as we develop and adjoin the roadway, it's our responsibility to take those roads and make provision for improving them.
Right. For the parts of the road that would likely end up being urban standard, anyway, what's a typical difference in cost between adding it in now and having to tear the road up later and add it in later?
Oh, that's a good question.
Of course, don't know when later is going to be.
Yeah, that's the thing. Later could be quite a ways out.
As one clarification, though, the intent with the interim is to be able to be utilized, not have to start completely over. But
right.
Basically, there is some added incremental cost, and then there's obviously the added cost of the additional work. But as we looked at perimeter road standards and tried to identify how we were going to facilitate particularly this kind of development, that's where we came up with the perimeter street standards, the interim road standard, and then the full street standard, trying to break it into manageable pieces, but it's hard to quantify the cost.
Yeah, I would say it's at least double, but I'm trying to think of what our preliminary estimates are for interim versus full, but yeah, it seems like it's at least double to, if you can just do asphalt pavement or even, I guess even concrete pavement's an option, but it seems like typically you see asphalt on that with just the ditches and widened culverts, a sidewalk, but the underground storm sewers and the curb and gutter and the grading for that really adds quite a bit of cost. So yeah, it's at least probably double.
So drainage off the road should not be a problem without the gutters.
Yeah, without the gutters, yeah, we'd have to ditches. I guess just like Markley is today. If you drive Markley, you'll see kind of drains off the side.
So the 10-foot hike bike trail would be like it is on Markley.
Yeah, that's a very good example.
There's no real barrier between the roadway and the sidewalk.
Yeah, just the ditch. So you have to in that case, yeah, there's not as much ditch up there by Wheatland Valley, but there is kind of a ditch as you get down towards Magnolia Hills Estates there. So a lot of times there's a ditch, and you have to put it out on the very far away from the road as you can to try to make people feel safer.
So the ditch becomes the protection.
That's the barrier. Yeah, that's as much as you can get there, right?
All right. And if the benefit district comes in fruition and starts paying for some of the upgrade, I'm assuming that's going to be a drop in the bucket as far as recouping these funds.
The approach with the perimeter roads, with our policy, was to try to see these things coming, make provision for benefit districts to fund the interim standard, and then also have a threshold to fund the full street standard. We have an agreement in place as it relates to Magnolia Hills in particular. So a couple things, and sorry if I'm getting too technical, but it contemplates what's called the 12-6A-19 Special Assessment District, which includes benefiting property outside the city limits. And so in a funding scenario, the developer that entered into the agreement would be subject to special assessments for their proportion of the improvement. We would carry or finance the cost of the other value of the improvement, and then through the 12-6A-19 process, be able to assess that as additional properties benefit from that improvement if and when they plat and develop. So leaves us, and we're going to, that gets discussed a little bit more in a future action item on today's agenda, but it leaves us financing it up front, making provision for reimbursement, and then having to wait for that development to reimburse. Having said all that, we are trying to get grants to either fund it in its entirety or offset those expenses in some way.
Those grants generally reimburse for design study already paid for?
I don't know about already paid for. Maybe it'll do the remaining 70%, but a lot of times the expenses incurred in preparation you can't recoup.
Okay. Any questions, comments from the public?
Thanks again, John Blanchard. My comment about data before was pretty much triggered by reading an article in the Salina Journal on May 23rd that several staff members had said that we were inching towards a population of 50,000. Does anybody here really believe we've been inching towards 50,000? Because consequently, on May 26, information came out from the U.S. Census Bureau that estimates that from July 1st, 2020 to July 1st, 2021, the city of Salina had actually decreased in size by 0.7%, 400 and some residents. Now, you could be like the former city manager who said, we really don't believe in the census unless it's the decennial census, which if you go to the decennial census over the last 10 years, we've lost close to 1,500 residents. So we seem to be on this pedal to the metal, full steam ahead with building all these new roads and all these new developments and everything. And the bottom line is that we're decreasing in populations for two reasons. One is that our birth rate is 5% lower as a state than it was a year ago, and our death rate is 15% higher than it was a year ago. We have an aging population, and we're taking more and more liabilities in long-term liabilities, street maintenance, water, sewer line maintenance. We can't take care of what we have now. And I don't think that you all need to adopt my contrarian perspective, but it would be nice if we had someone on this governing body that would go like, hey, time out, what does the census even say? Mayor, I sent you a copy of that census. I'm not making these numbers up. I sent you a text that showed that the state of Kansas didn't grow at all this past year. Five of the largest 15 communities grew in size. The rest of them declined in size. We're coming up against headwinds that we haven't seen in a long time, if ever, with interest rates going up and inflation through the roof. We talk a lot about leaving things to our grandchildren. I don't have grandchildren. I'm assuming most of you do. Please start asking the questions. What are we building here, and is it sustainable? Thank you.
Mayor Davis, could I, okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, you're muted now.
Take a chair. All right. Commissioner Hoppick?
No, I'll just wait till all public comments over, and then I have a couple things to say, if I could. Thank you.
All right.
To kind of follow up what Norman Mantle, Salina, Kansas, kind of follow up what John is talking about our future. Nobody wants to pay attention to water. They're having studies. Farm Bureau is doing it in the state of Kansas right now. Any of you know about it? No. Doesn't surprise me. But they are going to have a meeting June 28th in Manhattan and 29th in Hoxie, July 6th in Hutchinson, July 7th in Dodge City, July 14th in Burlington. We've got a serious water problem. I don't know why you're even talking about development, because you got to have water to start. Lake Mead is going to get shut down here in September, October, because they only got 12 foot of water left at Lake Mead. And then you're really going to have population problems, because they're going to come this way. It's right here. You know I always bring my stuff with me. So you need to put it on hold. We're running out of water, and I don't know why you people can't understand that. So you better back off and wait a little bit, see if things are going to change, because we're going to be short of food. And you get follow the wheat markets, the production out west, 5 bushel to the acre. We're going to be short of food. Then you're really going to see a riot. Because when I get hungry, I get mean.
Well, we may have solved the Salina population. Just contract with Nevada and bring all those folks over here. Huh? Commissioner Hoppick, I think the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Obviously, being in the business, I kind of continue to watch the housing market, and even with rising interest rates, I've noticed that the number of homes that are currently for sale continues to remain exceptionally low, and the time that those homes that are on the market still remains rather short. As far as the number of homes we're building, I did have some concern, like everyone else does, that we don't overbuild. So I have had discussions with several of the employers that, we did our study on, talking about the number of jobs coming to town, and those jobs are still projected. And I'm going to look to Commissioner Linkowitz to talk a little bit about the rental market, but from what I understand, that's still very, very tight in Salina. As far as an answer to Mr. Blanchard's comments, I can't tell you for sure that our population's decreasing or increasing. As we've talked about before, perhaps the demographics of each household has changed. All I can tell you is the number of roofs that we need continues to increase at this time. So I think we have a lot of, they talk about new jobs coming, whether it's in the downtown area, whether it's out at Schwann's, Great Plains. Kubota continues to move forward and even look at expanding beyond what they were anticipating to be done. So I guess based on those numbers, I feel like we have to be proactive and continue to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. Is there any action to be taken on this issue?
I have a comment here. I'm going to try to address Mr. Blanchard and Mr. Manuel as well. I had a meeting last week with a realtor who trying to get me on board with the growth. And I agree with you, John, that we have just been flat and losing population. And I can't figure out why. We have all the pieces connected together, I think, and the thing we're lacking is housing. And I met a lady yesterday who just moved here a month ago from Fort Collins, Colorado. She was priced out of Santa Fe, New Mexico, and moved to Fort Collins, and since was priced out of Colorado. And she told me she is so happy and so content with what she found in Salina. She said, people are coming here. And Mr. Manuel, one of the reasons in Santa Fe, New Mexico is because they don't have water. And we have all the pieces here. And I think with affordable housing, compared to Colorado prices and New Mexico prices, people are going to come.
I'll expand on Commissioner Hoppick and Commissioner Longbind's statements. Just to reiterate, I'm a property manager and a real estate investor in my other part of my life. And I can't tell you statistics, but I can tell you just with my business, I'm seeing a lot of people from Colorado, New York. These aren't, I mean, I get my share of local clientele, but I'm seeing more out-of-state clientele than I have in my 22 years of doing property management.
That's encouraging. Okay. All right, well, it'll be the pleasure of the board.
Mayor, I move we approve the selection of H.W. Lochner Incorporated, authorize the city manager to execute the engineering services agreement with H.W. Lochner, Inc. for the Holmes Road improvements in the amount of $244,828.67 and a contingency of $5,171.33 for a total not to exceed $250,000.
I'll second that.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve the selection of H.W. Lochner Incorporated and authorize the city manager to execute the engineering services agreement for the Holmes Road improvements for a total not to exceed $250,000. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Let me see. 6.5.
Item 6.5, authorize the city manager to execute a contract for traffic engineering services with Wilson and Company in an amount not to exceed $71,675 to study 3 intersections along Magnolia Road near the Central Mall and perform a signal warrant analysis at Schilling and Ohio.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is some engineering services for traffic-related items. We have some property here. The Atwell Suites recently has interest in being in this location, and at that time at the meeting for the Atwell Suites, there was some commission discussion about the intersection of Highland, Century Plaza Drive there, and Magnolia. It's been a problem for many years. It's been there for quite a while, and we definitely do have some accidents in that location. So the concern was that if Atwell Suites increases traffic there, that we should probably look at that intersection. So in light of that, we thought, well, we can't really ignore this intersection, or the big intersection being Magnolia and 9th Street there. And it's I can't remember if it's our second or third, I think it's our third largest traffic volume in town that go through that intersection. And it's somewhat unique, has dual lefts, which is kind of rare for that area. It's single dual lefts. We feel like we need more dual lefts in there, actually, and we have the room for it on the east side of Magnolia and 9th. And then as well as just the backups in that area do impact Highland and the Central Mall entrance there. So we felt like we had to look at both of those intersections. And then in light of that, we've got Rockhurst over here as well, just to see if that's how many mall or how much traffic is going in and out of that intersection as well. So they kind of all relate, and that was the why we think, oh, let's just look at the intersection there, and then it balloons to $78,000 or $70,000 worth of work. So it was another sticker shock that we had, and had to look at as well. We just need some help with some of our traffic services. So we went out for request for qualifications. They were the only consultant that said they could get to traffic services this time of year. A lot of people are busy, and didn't have a lot of margin in their schedules to look at any of these things. So Wilson was the only one that sort of responded, and they do have good traffic experience. Have worked for us for a long time in many areas, but their traffic engineer proposed on this. And we also added in the Ohio and Schilling signal warrants, which comes up periodically at the commission and staff level and just requests from, it's one of our few large intersections there that seems to be developing as well, Ohio and Schilling, as when is it going to need a signal or some kind of, I won't say roundabout, but it's something to yeah, my boss likes this. Something just to help with pedestrian safety. It has a hike and bike trail here, hike and bike trail on this side. So development here at Stone Lake, development here at Ryan Addition. So yeah, and then Quail Meadows is here. So it's kind of ripe for development as well, and it just continues to see increased traffic. We have had 7 accidents there in the last couple years, which seems to be not a lot, but it's enough to where, yeah, you start thinking about looking at it and just looking at when would possibly some improvements be needed there. Along those lines, there's about, I looked up our accidents at 9th and Magnolia, 35 in the last, 64 in the last couple years. So it's quite a few at Magnolia and 9th. And then 20 at the intersection of Central Mall there. So there's significant accidents to warrant looking at what are some options there and taking a look at those accidents and why they're occurring and what are the things we can do. And it just takes time and takes a traffic engineer to kind of analyze those things. They have some really good video monitoring systems to help us with that. And if they can set them all up at the same time, that helps with costs. So this fee here was negotiated, and $71,000 was about as good as we could get on this. We took a few things out and were able to economize with traffic counts to get this scope and fee finalized. So, I can't remember if there's anything really, just traffic, looking at crashes, intersection geometry, dual west and dual leftbound turns at Magnolia and 9th. Existing traffic, future traffic. Those are the things just as far as I guess I included all the scopes in here, so I'd entertain questions.
Is this something we would have been looking at even if the hotel was not planning on going
I don't
there?
know, I'd say Magnolia and 9th Street's been we've gotten more calls on that one, in Ohio and Schilling actually, so Ohio and Schilling doesn't have that many accidents, but people are there's some backups there in the evening time when there's no signal, so it's a little bit of a frustration. Magnolia and 9th we feel like is just something it's a busy intersection, there's a lot going on there, and it's surprising you look at some of the accidents and don't really know what caused them. Was it not paying attention or just we've got the flashing yellow there as well that seems to be helpful, and I feel like in some parts of town, but maybe there it's not. So it's just hard to say that what's going on there. So I guess the opportunity, the commission requests for Highland and Century Plaza and Magnolia helped us to think we probably should look at more than just that location. So it was something as staff has considered. The police have been talking to us about it. This was the trigger that helped get that going.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Lombard, any questions?
Now we're throwing around a lot of money on studies today.
We are. It's a study day, isn't it? Yes.
And I knew this was in the packet here, and observation in Topeka this afternoon before I left is they have the yellow bright borders around the stoplights.
Okay.
We have never done that here, have we?
Not that I know of.
We have a green flashing ring around the red lights on Santa Fe on the hospital overpass to try to draw attention to those red lights. That's the only one I can think of.
Yeah, and that's on the red light you're talking? Yeah, that's correct. It's like a strobe.
Yeah, those yellow borders on the lights really stand out to me.
Okay.
And Central Mall deal, I don't know what the solution is on that. I guess that's why you spend the bucks on the study.
Well, that's the hard part, is that if we spend the bucks and then they recommend something, are we really going to do anything? So that's the hard thing. You know, putting medians in the road and doing any funky stuff there could be a challenge, but at least these guys will give us the data and the support for it, so we'll see. It's just one thing that Century Plaza Drive's been there since the 80s, and probably been a problem for about that long, seems like. So
Is it an option just to kind of mothball that road?
that's why I guess we'll look at Rockhurst and some of the traffic, just to see if, you know, there's a filling station, there's a Rod's convenience store there, and I know that they won't want to mothball that road. There's a couple other businesses there, Chipotle, and it's just, once it's built, you kind of just deal with it. So we do feel like there could be some delineation of turn lanes and some delineation on the north side, the north side of the intersection that could help. That's kind of what I'm thinking maybe we'll find. Because right now it's kind of a free-for-all. There's enough room for having a turn guy and a right turn person, but whether or not anybody uses that depends on where people line up. So it's just maybe some geometric improvements could help. So I guess I'm rambling now. I don't remember what your initial question was. It's just, well, spend a lot of money on a study and do anything about it? That's a good question.
Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Ryan? No. Commissioner Lankowitz?
I have a couple comments. Actually, when I was on the planning commission, voted on that hotel, and
Okay.
it was a point of discussion then, and we kind of came to the conclusion that regardless of that hotel, if we approved it or not, there are plans to re-envision or revamp that mall. I mean, if they want it to cash flow correctly, they're going to have to do something. And it seems like a foregone conclusion that that intersection's not going away. It needs to be addressed. And I agree with Commissioner Lombine. I have a little bit of sticker shock on these study numbers, and it just seems to be a reoccurring theme as everything costs more, obviously. But big picture, if this is something that facilitates a safer intersection and it saves somebody's life or from serious injury, I mean, I think it's money we should spend, and we'd be remiss if we didn't look into it to try and improve it.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoppick?
Yeah, I'm not sure we would have been discussing the Highland Magnolia intersection if we wouldn't have had the hotel, so I'm glad we're doing this. I'm going to ask Mr. Sack, do we have the number of wrecks that occurred at that Highland and Magnolia intersection by chance?
Yes. 20 in the last 2 years. We were able to get back to 2020. This is June of 22. So yeah, we've had 20 there in the last 2 years, about 10 a year. And I looked back before that, we had different data, but we still had some data from back to 2014, and there were 35 wrecks there. So, you know, that's 5 years, 2014, 2019, so about 7 a year then. So it seems like it's generally 7 to 10 a year.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised there's not more there. But a quick question on the Magnolia and 9th Street intersection. It has the yellow flashing left turn. Do we know how many of the wrecks that have occurred there are due to left turns by chance?
We don't. That's why there's quite a few wrecks there, and each report is 8 to 10 pages long, and trying to sort through those and figure out if that would help or if there's an issue there. There's quite a few wrecks there in general, so it's.
I've got to admit, I like the flashing yellow left turn, but I have had some individuals complain to me about it that not that they don't like it, but there seems to be individuals that don't understand how it works. So it might be like the roundabouts we've talked about. There may need to be some, you know, and you can't educate everybody that comes to town, so that may just be something we have to review. As far as the Schilling and Ohio intersection, I was going to state that originally we talked about that being a signal warrant analysis. I was going to say roundabout analysis too, but I really do believe that needs to be a stoplight at some point, and primarily because I'm guessing that Stone Lake and the new Ryan addition are going to have elementary students that are going to Coronado, and there needs to be a safe way as possible, I should say, for those people to, for those kids to cross Ohio Street to get to Coronado.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
It's a good point, and you don't want to enter a roundabout at 50 miles an hour. It's a little trickier to navigate. Any comments, concerns from the public on this? Anyone on? No one online? All right, bring it back to the commission for action.
Mayor, I move we approve the selection of Wilson and Company and authorize the city manager to execute the engineering services agreement with WCEH for traffic-related services in the amount not to exceed $71,675.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the selection of Wilson and Company and authorize the city manager to execute the engineering services agreement for traffic-related services as described in an amount not to exceed $71,675. All in favor, say aye.
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 All right, motion carries 5-0.
Mayor, maybe take 5?
We can take 5 minutes. We'll come back at 6:17.
Thank you.
All right, we're back in session, and we will start with development business 7.1.
Item 7.1, approve resolution 22-8058, extending the compliance deadline date as ordered by resolution number 22-8049, related to repairs or demolition of a dangerous structure located at 619 South Santa Fe.
Mr. Pilcher.
All right. Afternoon, Commissioners. On the blue sheet that I prepared, I have a timeline of here of kind of when we started the process here back in March, setting the public hearing date, moving forward down through publications and whatnot. In summary here, why we're asking for the extension today. Dana Lively is the son of the property owner who's been in contact with us several times about this during the whole thing. He's been very communicative about this. He's applied for a demolition permit. We've got that done. It's not been approved yet because the house is located in the South Santa Fe Historic District, and demolition will need to be approved by the Heritage Commission. The Heritage Commission does not have a set meeting schedule. It just convenes whenever they have a case to hear, which is not too terribly often. Mr. Lively has submitted a certificate of appropriateness application. He did so on Friday, but we have not set a date yet for the Heritage Commission. Like I said, we just got that on Friday, and we've been fairly busy with fireworks stands recently. But we will get that done shortly. Statute requires a 14-day period between the mailings and the scheduled hearing date. So once we get that ready, we're going to send mailings out to surrounding property owners so they'd be able to come to said meeting. If the Heritage Commission approves the application, the demolition permit can be granted and the work may commence. I did speak with Mr. Andrew about the Heritage Commission, how long that normally takes and whatnot, and he thought that the new date that we're asking for would give us plenty of time to get that work complete. Mr. Lively has requested more time in order to gain approval for the permit and to secure funds to pay his demolition contractor. He has agreed that a September 9, 2022 date will give him enough time to complete the work. On a fiscal note, this really doesn't change too much what the costs that may occur, and I've covered this before about all the expenses will be billed to the property owner. If we have to do that, if we have to do that, he's trying to get it done himself. And we've identified 3 different options for you guys today. Approve Resolution 22-8058, setting the compliance date for September 9th for substantial completion of the demolition. Approve Resolution 8058 as indicated in option 1, but affixing alternative times, or deny the request for the extension and redirect that resolution 22-8049, which was the one we passed at the public hearing, adopted May 9th, with the original deadline of July 9th be enforced. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any question? Commissioner Hop?
No questions. I would prefer to see the current owner demolish it instead of the city go through that expense, so I'm all for the added timeline.
Right. Just out of curiosity, if he did leave it up to the city to demolish it, does the city still have to get permission from the Heritage Commission?
Yes.
And what happens if Heritage Commission says no?
Well,
I'm just curious. I mean,
Yeah.
hate to have a requirement and have.
Probably appeal that to the city commission, and then you guys would have the final say.
So kind of circular.
It's not it's not as far-fetched as you might think. The Penn campus building was approved by the Heritage Commission, but
Right.
the demolition was withheld.
Forgot about that one. All righty. Any questions, comments? Is the applicant here?
No, I thought that he was going to join us on Zoom, but I don't think that he did. Mr. Lively is not online, is he? No, okay.
No, all right. Any comments from the public?
John Blanchard, just real quick, that last thing about appealing to the Heritage Commission. There is an ordinance for historic preservation, and by virtue of the process that you've gone through to seek remedies for this, I think you probably, my experience is you probably wouldn't even have to, it would go through the Heritage Commission. They'd almost be bound to, they're bound to the ordinance. So it's unlikely it would come to you. So I wouldn't let that get in the way of moving forward on it.
Norman, Mount Salina. Does the applicant want to sell that building?
I don't know, and I imagine these three gentlemen here in the room might.
I'm not prepared to speak for the applicant. I have no idea.
We're approaching.
You're more than welcome to.
No, I'm talking to you.
I'm not in the business of buying that house.
But the city could, then you could solve this problem.
It's an idea for future properties. Any other comments? All right, any action to be taken?
Mayor, I move that we approve resolution number 22-8058, setting a compliance deadline of September 9th, 2022 for substantial completion of demolition or repairs, and authorizing staff to proceed with the demolition if the owner fails to comply.
Second.
Moved and seconded to approve resolution 22-8058. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. We'll now move to 7.2.
Item 7.2, approve ordinance number 22-11120, changing the zoning district classification from A1 to R2 on a 52-acre unplatted tract of land located east and south of the Stone Lake Sandpit Lake at the northeast corner of South Ohio Street and Schilling Road.
Mayor Davis?
Yes.
I'm up here, yeah. But before we move on, I am going to recuse myself from items 7.2, 7.3, and 7.4 due to a conflict. I will stay on and just listen, so I'll be available as we move into other business, citizens forums, et cetera.
Thank you. Mr. Andrew, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is an application that's been filed by Stone Lake Development LLC, and they're requesting to rezone the remainder of the Stone Lake property that is located to the east and south of the Stone Lake Sandpit Lake. And back in 2010 was when this property was originally proposed for development, and the owner at that time was Allsop Sand Company and Sparrowhawk Land Company, and they developed a plan for redeveloping this sand pit. There were two main features that dictated how this was designed and laid out. And the first one is we have a interceptor sewer line that crosses the property from west to east and then runs north along the west shore of the Sandpit Lake, and then you have the Sandpit Lake itself. So as part of the development, they built a street, Shoreline Drive, over the top of the interceptor sewer line. Their original proposal was to plat and zone the entire 150 acres, but they subsequently came back and only final platted and zoned 100 of those acres because the reclamation that was supposed to take place over in the southeast corner had not been completed yet. So the plan that got approved was for a 161-lot subdivision on a 100-acre tract of land. We've broken down the zoning breakdown in your report, but they had 20 lakeside lots that were zoned R, 113 for single-family homes, 21 lots for multifamily, 6 lots along Ohio for planned neighborhood shopping, and 1 lot on the corner that was planned service commercial. The very first phase of development was done by Mr. Barkley and the Allsop Sand Company. And then the second development phase, which is north side of the lake, and we got the different color codings here, but this is, we refer to that as the Doug Bradley phase. He purchased 17 lots there, and you approved a authorization to use special assessments for those 17 lots. And then in 2019, the current applicants, Stone Lake Development LLC, which is Todd Roberg, Kelly Dunn, and Craig Piercy, as members, purchased all the remaining lots in Stone Lake from the original developer. There was a total of 107 lots in their purchase, and we've outlined for you that they've developed that in different phases, and most recently, on May 25th, this commission approved a resolution of advisability and authorization for Phase 3C, which is this area right in here. The applicants are now ready to develop the area east and south of the Sand Pit Lake. They've refiled applications for rezoning preliminary plat approval to allow development of those remaining 52 acres. The original application requested R2 zoning for all of the proposed lots, but the applicant's representative clarified their request that they were actually looking for a mix of single-family and two-family zoning. This property was annexed in 2010, so there's no annexation as part of this action. And so the request that's before you is to have a mix of single-family and two-family lots in the area east and south of the lake. The 52 acres, of those 52, 17 is covered by water, so there's only 35 net developable acres. This property has access to existing water and sewer, and it's not in any floodplain. And so these conditions make it suitable for a new housing area with only internal infrastructure improvements being needed. So the only real limitation on this property is in terms of total connectivity, the only connectivity being off of Ohio Street due to the current condition of Schilling Road. And we provided some background information about that in terms of an interlocal agreement between the city and county, whereby Saline County is obligated to retain ownership and maintenance of Schilling Road until a new agreement is negotiated or the agreement is terminated, neither of which has occurred. So there is restricted access on Schilling Road, and so none of the homes will have driveways on Schilling Road. There will be no street connections to Schilling Road. There is a plan for providing limited emergency access point from Schilling Road, which was required by the Planning Commission. So the city's not really introducing any additional traffic from city development onto Schilling Road, but there has been concerns expressed about dust being generated from Schilling Road. And so there may be some opportunities for the city and county to work together on dust mitigation, but there is no connections from this subdivision to Schilling Road and none from the Ryan addition, which is on the south side of Schilling Road. So there is no city development that's served by Schilling. So there's 47 lots that are proposed in this development phase. The plan is to have these lots right here are already zoned R2, and so they plan to continue the pattern of townhomes or duplexes here along the perimeter as a buffer. Then the lakeside lots would be R single family, and then these lots would be, they're slightly smaller, so those would be single family but zoned R1. So their plan is to connect an 8-inch water line loop around here, and they would connect this area to the interceptor sewer line, which is already in place. There's gas facilities that can be extended from the north into this area. There's existing electricity in the subdivision that could be extended. They don't need any detention because they have the lake to send all of their stormwater to. And in terms of what does serve as their direct access perimeter street for Stone Lake is South Ohio, and that was widened to 4 lanes as part of a 2006 KDOT project. That carries a little over 10,000 vehicles a day. And so the trips generated out of this area would be somewhere between 470 and 550 vehicles a day at full build-out. The density that's being proposed is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, which shows this as suburban residential, and there would be no fiscal impact on the city as a result of this zoning action. On June 7th, the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing. At the close of the public hearing, they recommended approval of a mix of R single-family, R1 single-family, and R2 as requested by the applicant. And so this comes to you with a recommendation to approve the zoning change to R, R1, and R2 as broken down in the attached ordinance. And so you could concur with that recommendation from the Planning Commission. You could refer this matter back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration. You could overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and decide that the zoning classification of this property should remain as agricultural. If you chose that option, this would not allow development as a residential subdivision. If you approve this on first reading, second reading would not come back to you until this property has an approved final plat. That final plat would also come before this body when that time has come. But with that, I'd be open to any questions you have about Stone Lake or this phase of Stone Lake.
Just, and it may help with the question, could you review the concerns about the secondary access, emergency access, or and fire protection?
So in terms of total access points, the Stone Lake has the main intersection, which is Shoreline Drive. There is a second street that is not built but would be built in Phase 3C. And I don't know, Jacob, if you could even that color-coded map, but so you have Shoreline Drive here, you have a second street connection here, you have an emergency access connection here, and the Planning Commission required a secondary emergency access right here, and roughly in that location on Schilling Road. So at full build-out, there would be 4 access points, 2 streets, 2 emergency access points for fire. The plan, or at least what we plan to work towards, is if you have an emergency access along the south portion here, it would be designed and aligned in a way that should long-term Schilling Road ever get upgraded to a city street, that you would be able to convert that emergency access into a street access. But for now, it would be as described with the airplane situation, where you'd have a gated, it would be gravel, it would be gated, and it would only be there for emergency vehicles to access the subdivision in an emergency.
Right, and if development south of Schilling occurs, that part of Schilling has to be upgraded then?
Well, just so, this is the Ryan addition.
Yep.
This is a large ditch right here, which is not crossed by any connections from the Ryan addition, so there's no physical connection there. There's no physical connection there. This is Gary Johnson's former sand pit, which is not active. And then Saline County owns all this property here, and it's one very large drainage easement to the water from the Schilling collected from all this ditch system is diverted over here, and if it gets too much, it's basically stored here and then released through the levee. So this is all floodplain, it's all a drainage easement, and it's very unlikely to be developed in the future.
So the only disagreeable portion is there'll just be dust on
The
that.
most,
Yeah.
do you have, the county, Mr. Johnson had a sand pit, and he closed it, and then he opened a new sand pit on the other side of the levee, and most of the traffic and most of the dust associated with Schilling Road comes from this sand pit. And so, as it stands, as the interlocal agreement currently stands, that county has agreed to retain ownership and maintenance, and that would not change unless the two parties sit down and come up with a new agreement. But as you can see from the limit lines, the road itself in its entirety is left in the county, as is this section of ditch. And then the north edge of the right-of-way is the city limit line, which is the south edge of Stone Lake.
So I guess there's no law against dust.
Well, it's not ideal when we have dry days and strong southerly winds, but that has been pointed out, and on some days it's pretty visible dust clouds coming off of that road.
Yeah. All right. Any questions?
Is there any projections on the life of that sand pit, the current sand pit?
I would have to, I'd have to go back and find the documentation. I do know that the sand pits in the county are done through conditional use permits, and in my experience, they usually approve a conditional use permit for like 15 years or 12 years or something, and then the operator has to come back and request an extension. And I don't have that number in front of me, but usually on a sand pit, it's not a forever item. It's usually approved for like 15 years of operation, and then the operator has to come back and make their case to get it extended.
Well, at some point, don't they run out of sand?
That's what happened in both of these cases. Mr. Barkley ran out of sand, Alsop Sand Company, and that's why it's now a residential development. Mr. Johnson ran out of sand directly east of here, and that's why he moved to the other side of the levee where there was sand available.
So historically, what's the life of a sand pit? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, well, in this case, the sand, I'd have to double check my notes here, but the Alsop sand pit was approved in 1995, and by 2010 it was done. So that was 15 years.
Okay.
That's right, there's just the four of us. All right, thank you. Any questions, comments, concerns from the public?
I would like to hear from the developers their thoughts on the dust. You guys live there.
Yeah. Kelly Dunn, 1216 Shoreline Drive. Thank you for hearing us today. We're just trying to continue with what we started out there. As far as the dust goes, several people have contacted the county. I think a lot of the residents out there too. You know, nobody likes it, but it's kind of in a guess, I don't know, I'd call it a bad situation where the county and the city, or we got city on each side of it and the county owns the road. So I don't know how to deal with that, but hopefully something gets done with that in the future.
So do people complain a lot about it?
I think there's some people that called city and maybe a few of the county and
I figured they complained to you.
A couple, yeah. Like, well, the county owns it, so I call them. And if there's any more questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Anyone? All right,
Thank you.
all right, we're ready to move on. Any action to be taken?
Mayor, I move that the commission concur with the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve ordinance number 22-11120, changing the zoning classification of this property from A1 agricultural to R single-family residential R1 and R2 multifamily residential district on first reading.
Second.
All right. Been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11120 on first reading. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It carries 4-0, and this will be brought back on July
There
1.
won't be a set date.
That's right,
but
'cause it's
they're-
later.
They will submit a final plat, that'll go through the planning commission, then it'll come to you.
So, in the future. All right, thank you. Let's move on to 7.3.
Item 7.3, approve ordinance number 22-11121, changing street names of 4 public street segments in the Stone Lake Addition and the proposed Stone Lake Addition number 2.
Right, Mr. Andrew.
This is same area, somewhat related situation, but we've received a request to approve the change of street names of 4 different public street segments in the Stone Lake Addition and the proposed Stone Lake Addition number 2, which would be the area east and south of the lake. And this map gives the best depiction of that. They want to change Shoreline Drive north to Pura Vida Drive along the east side. They want to change the area on the north from Crystal Lake Drive and Shoreline Drive north to North Shore Drive. And they want to change a segment that's west of the Sandpit Lake from Shoreline Drive south to Malibu Drive. And then at the far south end down here, parallel with Schilling Road, to change that to Vista Sur Drive. And so these were all names that were accepted on the plat for Stone Lake Addition in 2010. So the way that it was set up originally and proposed by the consultant for the original developer was basically Shoreline Drive was one big racetrack loop that went all the way around the lake, and then Crystal Lake Drive was a parallel street that ran between Ohio Street and the Sandpit Lake, and both of those had north-south and east-west legs, and that has created some challenges in terms of avoiding the duplication of addresses and identifying the different segments of Shoreline Drive. And so these particular subdivision developers have submitted this request to you to change those street names. There's no particular statutory process for that. The city has a local process, and what we do is we send notice to all potentially affected property owners who have frontage on the named street, and we invite them to either provide comments or attend a public hearing held by the Planning Commission to allow them to be heard, and then the Planning Commission would make a recommendation which would come to you. If a request is approved, the ordinance is then prepared and it gets recorded in the Register of Deeds office, and the official street map is changed. Then the final step is installation of new street signs that read with the new names. And so the original design had this design with Shoreline Drive going all the way around the lake, and it's somewhat worked so far, but the only way it has worked is by staff essentially adding suffixes to Shoreline Drive to designate the different legs as Shoreline Drive West or Shoreline Drive North or Shoreline Drive South, and that has created some confusion with addressing, street intersection signs, and mail delivery. So there's at least last I was out, there was a street sign here, and the street sign says the intersection of Shoreline Drive and Shoreline Drive. And so the other thing that we haven't got to yet, but will, is that you have this section of Crystal Lake and this down here. They're in the same 100 block in terms of the east-west addressing, and so we run the risk of having homes down here on Crystal Lake Drive with the same address as homes up here, and that's not workable, and the same thing with addressing here and addressing here. So the developers, to their credit, have recognized those things and taken steps, and so they are requesting the names that you see here. By my count, we sent individual mailed notice to 18 different owners, most of whom are up in this section here that actually are residents that own and occupy homes. These are undeveloped all through here. There's only one different owner here, and so most of the actual affected residents are up here. As staff, we did not receive any comments, questions, anything, feedback from those residents on North Shore Drive who would have a physical street name change, and we didn't identify any other individual property owners that would be affected. We've reviewed the street names. They don't conflict with any existing street names in the city or county. And so all we can report is that we sent notice out. There was a hearing held by the Planning Commission. There were no comments or objections made to the proposed street name change. And so the primary fiscal impact of this would be fabrication and installation of new street signs at various intersections, and then updating the official street map, and then most importantly, making sure emergency dispatch records for street names and addressing is updated. What we would anticipate on North Shore Drive is that all those addresses would stay exactly the same. It would just be that would be on North Shore Drive instead of the current street names. And so there was a public hearing held. The developers were present. There was no other affected property owners that appeared or provided any written comments ahead of the hearing. And so the Planning Commission voted to recommend approval of the street name changes as proposed. You have at your places a draft, staff's best effort at a draft ordinance that would implement those 4 changes, or 3 changes. The reason that there's 4 in the request and 3 in the ordinance is that if you're agreeable, the Pura Vida Drive and part of the Vista Sur, those will just appear on the recorded plat for Stone Lake Edition number 2, so you don't need to take any action to change those. They were labeled as shoreline on the original preliminary plat. So if you were in agreement, you would adopt the ordinance on first reading. I just wanted to point out that one of the most important aspects of this that we've gone through and checked several times is within the ordinance is a provision for recording the ordinance, and so this ordinance would get recorded in the Register of Deeds office so that there would be a record for each of those lots, that the street in front of those lots has a changed name. And so a lot of the steps would occur after any action that's taken this evening. But with that, I'd be open to any questions, and then you may want to hear from the developers just to see what interactions they've had with their current residents out there. They've indicated to me that the residents they've interacted with are supportive of the changes, but they've had more interaction because staff just has not received any feedback from any of those property owners.
All right. Any questions?
How does a name change get to Google and GPS and so some
Well-
average person is.
I was going to ask the
using their
same
phone.
question. I said, well, maybe I shouldn't ask that. I should research,
Yeah,
but I was very curious about that.
We have no influence or sway whatsoever with Google. I know from experience, I have actually received calls, and apparently our GIS supervisor, Mr. Gansmuller, does have a contact with Google. So, because he gets the same, but I get more calls about asking me to get Google to change something than I do about actual addresses or streets or making sure the post office has the addresses. But we don't really have any sway. We don't have any dedicated channel of communication to Google. They're supposed to pick up on these things. They're going to, this ordinance would be recorded in the Register of Deeds office, and so the county, and if and when this was completed, we have a letter that we would send out that goes to 17 different entities that would alert them to the change, including 911 dispatch, but Google is not one of them. Because we don't know who Google is doing
Google is.
these things. So.
Any questions, comments, concerns from the public? All right, I guess if the 18 people affected aren't complaining, far be it for me to stand in their way. Any motion to take action on this?
Mayor, I move the city commission approve ordinance number 22-11121, changing the name of the 4 street segments as proposed. If this request is approved, the attached ordinance would be recorded in the Register of Deeds office with the new street signs would be installed at the appropriate street intersections.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I would do that every week. To approve ordinance 22-11121, and this would be on first reading, I'm assuming. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries 4-0, and this would just come back at our next meeting.
Yeah, it'll
Yep.
come back for a second reading at your July 11th meeting.
All righty. 7.4.
Item 7.4, ordinance number 22-11122, changing the zoning district classification from A1 to R1 and R2 on a 46.84 acre unplatted tract of land located on the west side of Holmes Road, north of Magnolia Road.
So earlier in your agenda, you discussed a contract for engineering design services, and this is the phase of Magnolia Hills Estates that is proposed to extend all the way to Holmes Road. And so the area in question is this area up here, and then this peninsula referred to there. So there's 2,400 feet of frontage that this subdivision would have. This, I guess they've not made it to the city commission. This is, I think this is the 4th time I presented a report on rezoning this property, once in 2005, once in 2007, once in 2015, and then now. And the obstacle in each of those previous cases, 05, 07, and 2015, is that we didn't have a feasible or workable plan for a financing mechanism for financing the needed improvements to Holmes Road. So there was a lot of work that was undertaken in 2016 to amend the subdivision regulations to work with the perimeter street issue, and this was one of the most important ones because it has so much frontage on Holmes Road, which serves as a direct access perimeter street for this portion of the subdivision. And so as a general rule, the developer is obligated to upgrade that portion of the perimeter street that abuts their subdivision, so that would make these developers responsible to upgrade this section of Holmes Road, but it does provide the ability for the developer to seek a development agreement or an alternative approach that has a cost-sharing approach to that, and that was done in this case in 2019, which we will get into a little bit later. But what occurred the last go-around in the 2015 application that was finally approved in 2017 was that they essentially cut the subdivision off here at the midway point between Markley and Holmes, and they were able to develop this portion while things on Holmes Road were being worked out. And so their original request was to plat the entire thing over to Holmes Road, and then they trimmed it back so only a 19-acre tract was subdivided into 45 lots. And so the original subdivision here has 96 lots. This has 45 lots, and this proposed area here would have 116 lots, and that would be a full build-out of this. And so they're requesting a rezoning of this to a mix of R1 single-family and R2, which would be duplex or townhome zoning. And so there's 62 proposed lots in here that would be for single-family, and there is 54 lots that would be in the peninsula area, and those would be requested to have R2 zoning for duplexes or townhomes. So this entire area was annexed in 2000, except for the peninsula, and that was annexed in 2005. At one time, Frank Norton owned all of this property, and he first sold 34 acres to the Covenant Church and then sold the rest to the current developers, Magnolia Hills, Inc. So again, the northern portion would be an extension of this, would be R1 single family. Here, they're requesting R2, which could either allow for single family or two family homes. One characteristic of this area is that there's already sewer service lines extended down to here. The detention pond serving this area is already constructed, so it's already in place to serve this area. So there's the infrastructure that is needed is in place to serve this development, except for the improvement to Holmes Road. So this doesn't tie in with any other subdivision except for Magnolia Hills Estates on the west. And so if this were zoned, it would just be a continuation, a logical extension of the existing development pattern in this area. And so there is a looped water line that serves the church and goes up here. There's a 16-inch water line that goes up to Magnolia and stops. The Director of Utilities is recommending that 16-inch line be extended up to here, and then there would be a water line loop that would tie in that location. The interceptor sewer along here is a gravity system, so it's just a matter of tying into that. They've already constructed their detention pond. They've already paid the city a fee to take ownership of that pond, and it's been constructed and inspected, and so it's already in place. This would be served by Fire Station 4, Magnolia or Marymount and Crawford, and this area is in the Lakewood, Central High, Meadowlark School District. So as we noted, the main issue with this property has been the current condition of Holmes Road. And so this will have two access points on Holmes Road. We'd have Stone Post Lane connecting here, Ridge Hill Drive would connect here, so there'd be 2 street connections there, and then a 3rd street connection here on Magnolia Road. So in terms of analyzing the perimeter street situation, this property has 2,400 feet of frontage on Holmes. That serves as the direct access perimeter street. Holmes is defined as a minor arterial street. It doesn't meet city standards. And there's also a connecting segment from this connection here all the way down to Magnolia Road. So that would need to be improved as well. And then in terms of does the applicant or the developers plan to upgrade Holmes Road as part of development of their subdivision, they have indicated that it's not financially feasible for them to bear the entire cost of that. And so there was a benefit district formed on November 4, 2019, and you approved an advisability and authorization resolution, and that established a benefit district for creating an interim street standard for that 24 feet of Holmes Road. And so that would, as Mr. Stack described, an interim street does not have curb and gutter, and we'd be looking at constructing a hike-bike path on the west side, and the proportionate share in the benefit district for this particular property is 31.4% of the total project cost, which was estimated originally at $2 million and has had some cost escalations since that time. So in terms of density, even with the townhomes, the total density here would be 3.6 units an acre, and that fits within the suburban residential land use. So in terms of fiscal impact of this decision to zone and plat this property, the primary impact would be the need to upgrade Holmes Road from its current condition to an interim street standard. The initial estimate was a $2 million project with 68.6% of that cost, or $1.372 million, being the share of the city. Staff estimates that that cost has now increased from $2 million to $2.219 million. That would make the developer's share of that $697,000. Staff did some reviewing of that, and if you take the developer's share, estimated share, $697,000, and spread that over 116 lots, that would mean an assessment of $6,004 to each lot. So if the benefit district for Holmes Road is acted upon and they are assessed 31.4%, our estimate is that each individual lot in the subdivision would be assessed $6,004 for Holmes Road improvements plus whatever internal improvements they have. So the Planning Commission conducted a public hearing on this request on June 7th. And at the conclusion of that hearing, they voted to recommend approval of a change in zoning district classification from A1 to R1 and R2. And so if you were to concur with that recommendation, you would approve the attached ordinance on first reading that would rezone the northern portion to R1 and the peninsula to R2 on first reading. Second reading would not occur until there was a final plat approved for this property, and then it would come back for second reading at that time. You could refer this item back to the Planning Commission for reconsideration, or you could overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and decide that the zoning classification should remain in place if you chose this option, it would retain its agricultural zoning and would not allow for development of a residential subdivision. So with that, we do have the applicants present and be available to answer any questions you have about the zoning request, or we did our best to provide as much information as we could about the implications for Holmes Road, but that would, it would necessitate, in your packets, there's a phasing plan, and they could do the first 2 phases of their development without connecting to Holmes Road, but once they connected to Holmes Road, that would trigger a need to start that project to upgrade Holmes Road to an interim street standard. And so we've tried to provide some information and numbers associated with that, and I'd be open to any questions about anything that's in the packet.
Just one question about the fire protection. I know it's listed 5 minutes to the entrance to Magnolia Hills. How many more minutes does it take to get through that development, to get to houses on the east side? And then does that factor into the fire department's assessment?
Well, primarily, we have measured fire department response time to how much time it takes to get to the entrance of the subdivision. I guess they would have to look at it once Holmes Road is improved. It may be faster to take Markley down to Magnolia and come around that way, but if there was a response that was in the center, they would come to Stone Post and then take Stone Post into the subdivision.
All right. And according to that map, there's I think I wrote Spring Hill Drive, the street that would enter onto
Magnolia,
which would be just west of the Holmes Street intersection.
Correct.
Holmes Road. Does the speed on Magnolia get decreased to allow for those two streets?
Well, presently, the Holmes, or the Magnolia Road section is out in the county, and they set the speed limit for that, so we may have to have, it would seem that once we have the additional street connection there, they don't start their reduced speed limit, as I understand it, till right at Markley Road, and they may want to back that back to Holmes Road as this area develops.
Right, 'cause I make that right-hand turn from Holmes onto Markley several times a week, picking up my dog from out there. And when you're accelerating to stay in front of the traffic on Markley, the last thing you need is somebody making a right-hand turn in front of you. It's just I don't know how that gets assessed ahead of time, but there's grave potential for some rear-end collisions here at that current speed. That has nothing to do with what we're discussing directly, but something to
So with this, you would have the Holmes Road intersection, then you'd have a street intersection of Spring Hill Drive and Magnolia. Then you'd have 2 driveways that the church has on Magnolia, and then you would go down the hill and have the intersection at Markley. And as far as I can recall, the speed limit lowers as you get to Markley, not farther east.
It lowers, but people are moving fast and they're going downhill, so, I mean, but at least for the church, you have time. It's way down the road. You can tell if someone's getting ready to pull out. Those are my only 2 concerns. I didn't mean to butt in front of you guys, but go ahead.
That's okay. How many lots are in their first 2 phases that you said could be accessible from?
I'd have to look at the
Markley?
map, but they have a phase 1 and a phase 2. There's roughly 25, 26 lots that they could do as an attachment to Magnolia Hills Estates number 2, and then their phase 3 goes from there and extends all the way to Holmes Road, And so once they have a physical street connection with Ridge Hill Drive and Stone Post Lane connecting traffic to Holmes Road under the Benefit District petition, that would trigger the need for those Holmes Road improvements.
So phase 3 would be the trigger.
Yes. So they would still be able to do 26 to 30 additional lots from Magnolia Hills Addition Number 2 before they triggered the need for improvements to Holmes Road.
Thanks.
I've been out there quite a bit, running my dogs, and there's a big ditch, like a natural drainage out there. Where does the water go from out there?
Well, there's multiple drainage basins. I guess if we can go back to the aerial photo. I think you're referring to the one that's in the peninsula. And we have their engineer, Mr. Owens, here. Are you referring to this one here? Because the Covenant Church has a detention pond, and that discharges, and it goes here, and they're going to pipe that water to the pond, and then there's a kind of a swale that goes across here and goes under Holmes Road.
And so does it eventually make its way to the river?
There's a culvert crossing here, and the channel will make its way over to East Dry Creek here. So the water gets to here, and then that flows north, eventually reaching the Smoky Hill River. But it follows Holmes Road all the way up to Country Club Road and crosses there.
And the white line, that's a temporary road they put in?
That's a temporary road because we were trying to work with them to bring their construction equipment off of Holmes Road and not drive through the neighborhood.
When we had the benefit districts set up, did that agreement, and I just can't remember, include the sections 1 and 2? But once they moved east of the current boundary, Holmes got triggered.
Well, in terms of the benefit district, there's tracks on both sides of the road. So these smaller tracks down, it's off the screen, but the two smaller tracks closer to Magnolia Road.
No, I'm sorry, I'm talking about in Magnolia Hills, actually in the property we're discussing.
On Mark Plate?
So this line here is based on, this is the watershed or dividing line between Markley Road benefit and Holmes Road benefit. So every lot that is east of that line to here, and there's 62 lots there.
I just want to make sure that, because that is still the line then.
Lots
Okay.
here. So the benefit district is this line here to here to here. So that's the 31.4%. Then the 68.6% is all this property here. And as the city manager pointed out, the city would carry the costs for their portion and then hopefully recover the cost at such point as these properties hooked onto the road and benefited.
Right, so the property you were referring to that could still be built before Holmes has to be upgraded, or those
So
streets in the yellow?
what I was describing for Commissioner Ryan is in your packets, they have a phasing plan, and they have a phase that comes to like right here, and they have a phase with some lots in here, and they could build those on those lots, have this as emergency access to homes, and then when they get to the phase where they're developing here, there's going to be a street connection and a street connection.
Why don't those first two phases trigger Holmes Road?
Because they don't have a physical connection that's going to cause the traffic count on Holmes Road to increase.
So that construction road would be made available for,
That would be available for emergency access, and then as soon as they developed this and had this physical connection and this physical connection to Holmes, that would trigger needing to make improvements to Holmes Road because they're going to be introducing traffic that's going to increase the traffic count on Holmes.
wasn't the way I remembered it, but I,
Well, that's the way it's worded in the benefit district petition.
okay. So I guess there is no Commissioner Hoppick to ask. Commissioner Lykovic, any?
No questions.
Okay. Right, any comments, concerns from the public? All right.
I'm Stan Bike with Salina, one of the developers. I'd just like to thank you for listening to us, and we would hope you would pass this, and we would like to get onward with our project. The last phase we put in, excuse me, was last spring. We only have 4 lots left. We've already contracted the next 16 lots to be the street, sewer, water, et cetera, put in, and we look forward to moving over into this new area. So with that, I'll answer your questions, and Justin with Caw Valley is here for any engineering questions.
Okay. Any
Good.
questions?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions, comments from the public? All right, any action to be taken?
Mayor, I move the commission concur with the recommendation of the planning commission and approve ordinance number 22-11122, changing the zoning classification of this property from
A little closer to the mic, yeah.
A1 to R1 and R2 district on first reading.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve ordinance number 22-11122. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries
I
4-0.
did have a quick question for you, Dean. Just curiosity, the church RS, what's RS zoning mean?
Residential suburban, it's zoning classification for large lot residential or large lot uses. We have a couple, First Southern Baptist Church is zoned RS, Covenant Church is zoned RS. It's just if you have more of a campus size, it's advantageous in some ways compared to the standard single-family zoning.
Okay, thank you.
All right, can we get Commissioner Hoppick back or not? Or-
There he is.
Oh, hey, wow, magic, okay, thank you. Welcome back. You're able to hear us, Commissioner Hoppick?
Yes, yeah, excuse me, yes, I can.
All right. Any other business? Go. Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Hoppick, you can go first.
Yeah, Mayor Davis, I brought this up to City Manager Mike Scragg, I believe. If not, I meant to. We received a letter or an email back June 21st concerning the golf course. The municipal golf course offers a membership that includes, I believe, free driving range with the membership. Due to the lack of a net, obviously the driving range has been closed. I'd like city staff to look into whether we deal with a potential refund to those individuals or extending their current membership. I think there needs to be some kind of adjustment made to those memberships. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Sound plausible?
It's very possible. Haven't come up with a final solution. I'll get with the Parks Director and report back.
All right. Any other business? I got just two things in. too late now to go see it, but anybody who didn't go see Kinky Boots missed a real good show. And may have seen the single best individual performance of the character named Lola. Great. If you get a chance to see it someplace else, go see it. It'll open your eyes. Second thing, a little more serious. We've been asked to consider having some, I'm going to call them listening sessions for lack of a better term, around the community. And budget is winding down, but just wanted to get the commission's take on the interest level and possible format and locations. Two ways that I've heard proposed. One, not have a quorum of commissioners, so there's no appearance of there being an official meeting or action being taken. And the other, having the full commission there so that everyone hears the same comment, but with the understanding it's more a listening session than an action session. It would not replace our Monday meeting. Just wanted to get ideas, readiness, willingness to embark on this.
I just had this conversation this weekend about how to manage and get that done and put it together. So I guess we'll get it hammered out right now.
Well, this is a good time to
I would say
suggestions.
all 5 commissioners, and I don't know if we need to put out a public open meeting notice if there's no official business, but.
I'm guessing the answer to that is yes.
And
Yeah. I don't think all 5 of us can go to the same church without there being a notice.
But I'm in favor of just an open conversation. How's the kids? How's your street? Whatever. And maybe do it on a quarterly basis.
All right.
I'm fine with that scenario, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm agreeable to it.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Yeah, I think we're going to have somebody monitor that. I'm not sure how that comes down. Again, are you limiting the time for those that have? Again, it's kind of like open forum. Do we get into answering questions, or is it just a hearing, just a listening session?
Well, my answer to that would be you never know what the question's going to be. Some questions are very simple and easily answered. Others, very often, we don't know the answer to, so we would have to listen and bring back to staff and get the professionals to actually work on answers. But, we would have to decide where to meet, and we could meet Friendship Center in North Salina. I mean, any area of town that really felt the need to have one of these sessions could certainly send the city manager a proposal or a request. But that could be formulated. I don't think the purpose would be to duplicate what we do here on Mondays. And we'd have to work out the times and all the logistics. But just wanted to see if there was a willingness to embark in that direction. It sounds like there is.
Yeah, I think there would have to be some limitations set on it. Don't want to say that I think Mr. Longbein's a little naive when he thinks they're going to ask about how your kids are and how the streets are. I think it'll be considerably different than that. So I guess we can do it once and see how it goes.
All right. Do you need any more?
I think that's a good start. I can coordinate with you offline and we'll bring something back.
All right.
Mayor, if I may, just to be sure everyone's clear that format would certainly be subject to the Open Meetings Act. And as you all know, and others may not, that is simply a matter of being sure that it is publicly accessible and that those who have requested notice of the meeting be notified just as they are of your regular meetings.
Okay. Thank you. Any other Other business? Okay, we'll move into citizens forum, which is an opportunity for anyone to come to the podium to voice a concern. And I think it's 3 minutes.
Norman Mann, Salina, Kansas. We take things for granted too much for the last 200 years. Next Monday is Independence Day. But whose independence did we destroy in 1776? There was another culture, another race of people here. We destroyed their race, their beliefs, their culture, their way of life. We separated their children from their parents. We put them in boarding schools. We made them speak the white man's language, and if they just tried to speak their own native language, we beat the H out of them. We made them wear white man's clothes, eat white man's food. We tried to brainwash them, but it didn't work. They were a free people. The United States, as it is called, the 48 states, is not a continuous 48 states. Jefferson, Washington, Lincoln, Franklin, and them are not the founding fathers of the entire 48 states. They may be of the 13 colonies, but this is the founding fathers of the Great Plains of the United States. We've taken advantage of them people. There are court rulings coming down that they're going to get their land back. We see the makeup of the Supreme Court is being changed. Shame on the white man. Why did we do that? We've taken a lot for granted. We're not who we think we are. Why do we pretend to be somebody we're not? Why did Columbus call them Indians? They're not Indians. We're not Americans. They are. We renamed them. We renamed their nation. So in 1776, it was the death of part of North America. If there's ever going to be retribution, they are going to be first in line. This country doesn't have enough money to pay back what we did to them. Okay, hey. Okay, hey.
Thank you. Anyone else?
John Blanchard, Salina, thanks again. Yeah, next Monday is Independence Day, and I do concur with Norman that, you know, we should recognize Independence Day. And I think we do a lot of things really well. Some things we don't do so well, but I think that we can always strive to constantly improve, and I think that all of us, all of you participating in this process, this democratic process, I certainly appreciate all that you do to serve the community and so on. So I hope you all enjoy Independence Day. Mr. Mayor, I appreciate, and commissioners, I appreciate that you're going to embark on this listening opportunity. I can meet you halfway. A gentleman in the group that I'm a part of, that I've been coming to you over the weeks, actually, we were talking about a place and has a place that we can hold an event, and you and I can discuss that, but he would, I'm sure, make that available to the city at no charge. And it's a space large enough in North Salina, which would be a good place to have it to do this. So if you'd like, we can get together on that. And then just a comment, and I certainly do appreciate that you want to do these listening things on a regular basis, and I think that's good. I do, as far as a moderator, we tried that. I think at least a couple of you will remember when we did a fluoride thing, and we had a moderator, didn't go so well. I think our group would be perfectly comfortable with the mayor being the person in charge of that meeting. You're as good a moderator as anybody would be, and you're actually elected by all of us, so we'd be fine with that. I want to shift gears a little bit, and just one last thing on the Independence Day and all that. Congratulations to the Salina Liberty for winning their championship game. You probably mentioned that before I got here today, but what a great thing, and I'm glad that the facility is upgraded and that so many people were able to enjoy that. Give me 20 more seconds since okay. On our, when we had a special assessment policy that changed, and I know one part of that policy was that we required that in order to be eligible for special assessments, that the developer could not be in arrears on or in default or anything. And also with Kansas state income taxes and other delinquent and other taxes, government taxes. My question is, I've got two questions. One is that do we hold out-of-town developers that come into Salina and out-of-state developers to that same standard to where they cannot have any outstanding tax delinquencies and or tax liens against them to be eligible for our subsidies? And the other question of who on the city staff is responsible for doing due diligence on the projects that involve out-of-town developers. So I'll sit down and do that, but if you'd like to talk about a location for that, I appreciate that, and I appreciate that all of you want to hear from the community. I think it's great. Thank you.
I'll look to my left and to the right. If there's no immediate answer to those two questions, we can have it researched and report back at the next meeting.
Yeah, I do need to do some checking on the specifics of the policy. I think it is special assessment specific, and I think it is also specific on which taxes, but, so I need to do some checking.
All right. Anyone else? Well, I guess it's time for some other business. Commissioner Longbine, you have the honor.
How much time do we need?
20 minutes?
20?
Be my guess, yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Board tip.
6:50.
57.
Mayor, I move the city commission recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss the subject of the legal considerations resulting from the defendant's appeal of the district court's ruling in the initiative ordinance case with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-7319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 6:55.
Second.
Okay, that'll be 18 minutes.
7:55. 7. We lost an hour there.
Easy to lose track of time.
And I'm going to
long day.
if that clock is correct, we need 20 minutes. 7:57.
Okay.
7:57. Yeah, we lost.
Was there a second? Second. Moved and seconded to move into recess into executive session for 20 minutes to discuss with legal counsel for the reasons listed. Were you able to hear that, Commissioner Hopper?
Yes, is there anything I need to do to join the meeting?
I figured I'd call you on your cell phone. Is that okay?
Okay, that'll work.
Okay.
All right. So we'll count that as a yay, so we're in executive session. Are we back in regular session? We're having discussion, but we need to have a little more of it. So, do you happen to have the,
I left my paper in there.
okay,
20 minutes,
15.
15?
Optimist.
I got a dog that has to go for a walk, so.
Mayor, I move the city commission recess into executive session for 15 minutes to discuss legal subject considerations of the defendant's appeal of the district court's ruling in initiative case ordinance, with legal counsel based upon the need for consultation with attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 757319B2. The open meeting will resume in this room at 8:14.
Is there a second? All right, it's been moved and seconded to recess again into executive session for 15 minutes for legal counsel with our attorney for the reasons given. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay, we are in executive session. All right, we're back. I'm sorry, Commissioner, okay, all five are here. We're back in regular session. The topic of discussion was read before we went into executive session. I've asked the city attorney just to explain briefly the nature of what we might wish to consider doing at this point.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. As the statement of the subject in your motion for the executive session indicated, there has been the filing of a notice of appeal by the defendant in the initiative ordinance case, appealing to the Kansas Court of Appeals the district court's ruling on the motions for summary judgment. And that is an appeal of right. It does mean that that appeal will then go forward. The question then presented for the city commission is whether we're instructed to initiate what would be referred to as a cross appeal that places at issue before the Court of Appeals then both the issues from which the defendant is appealing as well as the arguments, all of the arguments made by the city in presenting its motion for summary judgment. So that's the question before you, is whether that cross appeal should be filed. That process is basically the same. It's just a matter of whether the Court of Appeals has before it all of the issues presented by the district court ruling or not. It doesn't really affect the process or the scheduling or the briefing and ultimately oral argument before the Court of Appeals. The cross appeal would have the effect of getting all of the issues before the court.
Okay.
So just to be clear, that would essentially add the constitutionality question. We would.
Yes.
We'd be cross appealing the constitutionality question.
All right.
Well, based on that conversation we had during the executive session, Mayor Davis, I move that in response to the notice of appeal filed by the defendant in the initiative ordinance case, Lee County District Court, case number 21-CV160, the city's legal counsel be instructed to pursue a cross appeal of the memorandum in order granting in part and denying in part of the city's motion for summary judgment entered in the case on May 31st, 2022.
Second. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to instruct the city's legal counsel to pursue a cross appeal of the memorandum in order granting in part and denying in part the city's motion for summary judgment and in the case identified on May 31st, 2022. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Motion carries 4-1. And any other direction or instructions needed?
I believe so.
Okay. All right.
Move we adjourn.
Second. Moved and seconded to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries. We are adjourned until July 11th.